Mid-RMC a kid, with a look that screams degenerate and cunning ambition. This is Isaac. 3 seconds ago, he downed a dozen toxic bottles of milk. Instead of death, raw energy surges through him. This is the hidden trait of a natural-born saint. But let's be realize, wasn't always a part of this chaotic fantasy world. Back on Earth, he was just 𝐼-𝐂𝐃, another miserable wage slave trapped in the corporate system. A routine checkup for some weird symptoms turned his world upside down with a bombshell revelation. Even the specialist stood there, absolutely floored by his impossible medical charts. "It's a brand new illness," the doctor said. "We're actually naming this incurable disease after you. You have 6 months to live." The doctor's voice echoed with pity for Isaac's tragic fate. Immortalized by a terminal illness, a twisted honor that served as his official death warrant. If the experts can't even name the damn thing, how are they supposed to cure it? Isaac gripped the medical report until his knuckles turned white. He wandered through the city streets like a ghost, completely hollowed out by the news. Shoulders bumped and voices cursed, but Isaac felt nothing. His mind was a storm of despair. No way, he thought. I slaved away like a dog for years, just for this. I just started living for myself. Am I really going to die like a loser? As he spiraled, a truck sped toward him. A bystander saw him drifting into traffic like a corpse and shoved him forward to save him. "Hey, wake up! Do you want to die before your 6 months are up?" The shove sent him tumbling onto the pavement. He barely caught himself, palms scraping the asphalt. Suddenly, a small slip of paper flooded out from his pocket and onto the ground. One look at that paper, and his luck felt even more cursed. A death sentence on the same day he hit the lottery jackpot. Life is a cruel joke. I want to live. I don't want to die yet. I'll give up everything just to stay. Please, God, don't let me die. Isaac screamed at the sky, tears blurring his vision in agony. Can you blame him? Fate had dealt him the ultimate betrayal. He slaved away his youth only to win big and lose it all in 6 months. No Truckoon arrived to end it quickly. Just 6 months of slow, agonizing degeneration. 6 months later, Isaac finally logged out of Earth's server, but his story, it was just beginning. Somehow, he woke up in an isekai world, as a pathetic low-tier skeleton monster. Staring at his bony limbs, Isaac's internal monologue went back to full-blown despair. I wanted to live, but not as a bald, calcium-deficient reject. Is this my reincarnation? I can't even eat or use the bathroom. He screamed inside a dark, crumbling castle. Above, the sky bled crimson while hordes of high-rank monsters swarmed the air. Suddenly, low-level degenerates lunged at his back with bone-shattering speed. Isaac's grip tightened on his rusted greatsword as he pivoted with cold. He unleashed a flurry of lightning strikes, shredding the monsters. Every swing was fueled by pure rage. This was his new quest. Slaughter every single beast standing in his way. After clearing the trash, the ground began to shake. Something massive was charging his position. A hideous boss monster loomed over him, swinging a fist the size of a boulder. The impact was devastating, sending shockwaves through the floor. But our MC wasn't some weak. He leaped into the air, easily dodging the fatal blow. This behemoth was the final obstacle. Time to end this nightmare. Flames erupted from his blade. As Isaac activated a hidden skill, he moved like a lightning bolt, his sword shearing through the giant's neck. Surveying the carnage, Isaac finally let out a long, weary sigh. It was over. The rebellion had been crushed into the dirt. Reincarnated as a lowly skeleton, I evolved into a legendary Lich King. reviving the extinct demon bandits. Isaac scanned the horizon, his hollow eye sockets glowing with a cold, piercing light. Thousands of monsters roared, hailing their supreme demon king in a frenzied, blood-soaked victory celebration. Long live the king! Hearing such blatant flattery made his pale, sun-bleached skull flush pink. I might be a pile of bones, but I am officially the Demon King now. He felt a surge of pride before his subordinates opened their big mouths again. King 𝐌𝐻𝐂𝐊𝐄𝐃, his name reflects his pure, cunning malice, they shouted with blind, fanatical worship. As a man with 12 years of modern education, Isaac couldn't accept such cringeworthy nonsense. He instantly realized these brainless degenerates were butchering his 𝐷 name once again. It's Isaac, not Isaac. The pronunciation was close, but his human pride remained stubborn. Listen up. How many more times must I repeat my name to you idiots? It's Isaac, you total morons. He sighed, mocking his own ridiculous fate as a skeleton. Forget it. You fools will never learn. Just try to keep yourselves alive for once. Time for the main quest rewards. My ultimate goal: eat, sleep, and become human again, Isaac whispered to himself, his soul burning with an endless, desperate hope. Time passed. In a grand celestial temple, high-ranking nobles looked down from golden thrones. Isaac tossed the massive boss monster's skull at their feet. Ignoring their shocked stares, Isaac spoke. I've cleared the trash that opposed your rule. Our contract still stands. Now, fulfill your end and turn me back into a human. The hall fell deathly silent before a wave of frantic, nervous whispering broke out. He wiped them out. That should have taken 5 centuries. This guy is a total monster. I heard the High Guild's plan to work him like a slave until he crumbled. Isaac's hearing was sharper than ever. He didn't miss a single word of their pathetic scheming. I hear you, bastards. Stop stalling. You promised me humanity if I cleared the quest. I held up my end. Now pay up. You manipulative, backstabbing pieces of trash. A blonde noble with a serpent's smile stepped forward, eyes gleaming with hidden malice. Since you're so capable, how about one more hidden quest? That fake smile ignited Isaac's rage. Isaac wasn't a fool. He saw through their deceit, but his desire for reincarnation forced him to endure their demands. However, at this very moment, these bastards intended to drain him dry. Isaac had finally reached his absolute breaking point. Even a skeleton has limits. You've crossed the line for the very last time. To hell with your orders. I don't care if your gods I'll crush anyone enslaving me. He gnashed his teeth as literal flames of vengeance erupted from his hollow eyes. It was time to give these arrogant deities a brutal lesson in true, overwhelming power. Mana exploded, shattering the floor. You know the secret to my evolution, don't you, liars? A blue-haired goddess flinched, whispering frantically to the blonde noble standing beside her. Wait. I think he's realized we've been playing him this whole time. The blonde noble's face paled. I told you. We shouldn't have messed with this madman. Why the hell did we think we could control a monster this unhinged? Isaac's roar silenced the hall. Is that all you pathetic, fake gods have to say? Beyond your forbidden summoning spells, I've existed as a hollow undead too long. If you won't return my humanity, I'll take everything. Isaac's aura flared, reaching a terrifying peak. A ticking time bomb. The gods began panicking. Wait, they cried. Give us more time. Even now, they tried to exploit his value. Their greed ended all hope for peace. Isaac glared coldly, making a grim declaration. I'll take your lives and make you skeletons. He laughed, raising his hands for magic. His pressure made the gods struggle to breathe. But gods don't surrender that easily. His mana died instantly, like a doused flame. What? Why did my magic vanish? He couldn't move. His body was frozen. An orange-haired god explained the trap. Useless, once named here, you are He showed an insect engraved with 𝐌𝐎𝐃. The gods gathered to pass their judgment. A 𝐼-𝐃 artifact. For disasters like you. A lowly demon dare challenge us. Be grateful. Now, live as a bug. Isaac's skull glowed with pure crimson rage. Couldn't you pick a less hairy bug? Obsessed with hair? You foolish demon. Suddenly, the bug emitted a blinding light. The god turned, seeing Isaac's smug grin. Idiots. You should have been faster. I'd rather die than be your insect. Isaac self-destructed with massive soul energy. The explosion nearly shattered the divine hall. The gods barely survived the blast. Is he dead? That absolute madman. Was the ritual successful? They asked. The red-haired god checked the trembling bug. The seal is set. He's trapped inside. The gods sighed in massive relief. Good. Our divine power will finally return. Yes. Every demon's death fuels our strength. Don't relax yet, the leader warned. We must find a perfect saint vessel. Are you all right? You look drained. The sealing ritual cost him much energy. I'm fine. He'll rot there forever. He grinned maliciously, like a true villain. But Isaac's soul wasn't in the bug. He drifted away into the endless void. Get a grip, ... Stay cool. I can't believe those divine bastards actually played me. Did I respawn as some brainless skeleton again? Forget it, why? Is it so blindingly bright? No way, ... I'm a worm. Wait, ... What's this? Soft warmth. Hold on, ... I have hands. This is a human body. Have I finally awakened as a human? Why would those gods who despise me do this? Their divine seal actually failed. His mental theories were cut short by the sudden chirping of a maid nearby. Oh heavens! The saint is awake. You were sleeping so soundly, ... Why? Wake up now. A male servant prepared a bottle. It would be better if he slept a bit longer. For Isaac, this system update was hard to process. Who are these people? Am I truly human? Unaware of Isaac's thoughts, the man finished prepping the milk. However, their energy felt twisted, triggering a sense of dread. We have to finish our job. Forgive us, Saint... But since you're awake, we need you to go back to sleep. Rest in eternal peace, they whispered, their voices dripping with murderous intent. Isaac's heart hammered. No, I just died. Is my second life ending already? Our protagonist screamed internally. It seemed his 𝐹-rank luck was still haunting him. Deepest apologies, Saint... But this is your final sunset. Time for eternal rest. The servant's face twisted into a sinister grin. There was clearly a betrayal plot afoot. He gripped the bottle and jammed it toward Isaac's mouth. But Isaac wasn't biting. He whipped his head aside, dodging the lethal cocktail. His jaw remained locked tight. The servant's hands began to tremble with frustration. Why? Why won't he drink it? His voice cracked in confusion, while Isaac cursed him out mentally from within. "Are you insane? I finally became human. I'm not downing your suspicious poison." But wait, why was I even reincarnated as a human in the first place? Before he could check his stats, they grumbled, "Why can't you just nurse Brat?" "Then you could die, sleep peacefully?" Prince Isaac. That name hit like a critical strike. Isaac froze. Did he just say Isaac? The pieces of the puzzle clicked. They had confused his name with someone else. Now, it made sense. That is the reason the divine seal failed to trigger. I've awakened in a body with a matching name. Those arrogant gods botched the ritual. At that realization, Isaac mocked their stupidity, but as he laughed, the servant shoved the bottle in. He started choking instantly, flailing his tiny limbs in a desperate, frantic struggle. Is there some kind of hidden trait buried within this new infant body? Despite being a newborn, Isaac's strength was insane. The servant struggled to hold him. "Give me a hand. How is this tiny shrimp so damn strong?" From Isaac's perspective, the odds were stacked. A newborn against 2 grown adults. Impossible. His face turned purple as he cursed his fate. Toxic vegetable juice. This is revolting. They're trying to assassinate me with this disgusting, lethal sludge. I finally got my human body back. Something feels strange inside me. While Isaac fought for survival, the scene shifts to the holy kingdom of Hill. Inside the grand corridor, a bishop in ceremonial robes paced with calm steps. A wicked smirk crept onto his face. By now, that brat should be finished. "You seem remarkably cheerful, Bishop," a commanding voice boomed from the shadows. A blonde nobleman stood there, his face as cold as a high-ranking boss monster. His aura was overwhelming, radiating the unmistakable presence of a supreme noble. This man was none other than Alexander Halifhill, Emperor of the Holy Kingdom. The priests immediately bowed in reverence. "We greet the son of the Empire." Alexander nodded curtly. "What is a bishop doing here?" Wearing a deceptive smile, the bishop explained they were visiting the saint candidate. The Holy See must naturally look after the one chosen by the heavens. Alexander's eyes flashed with mockery, sensing their hidden sinister agenda. "I see. It would be a tragedy if an accident occurred after handover." His voice was laced with pure sarcasm, making no effort to hide it. The bishop's face twitched as he forced out a strained, awkward laugh. Suddenly, a frantic scream pierced the hallway. "The young master! Something is wrong!" A cunning smirk played on the bishop's lips. His trap had finally sprung. The entire group rushed toward the source Isaac's private resting chambers. Alexander burst inside, demanding answers. One of the maids turned around, her face beaming with pure excitement. "He's an angel. Look at his chubby belly." He finished every single drop. Isaac was laughing happily, rubbing his bloated tummy with total satisfaction. He just chugged 15 bottles of that nasty vegetable juice all by himself. As they cheered, the old bishop finally hobbled toward the doorway. He had expected to find a cold, lifeless corpse on the floor. He moved slowly, savoring what he thought was a successful assassination. But seeing Isaac alive, he froze. How is that little monster still breathing? He drank it all. That wasn't some ordinary vegetable juice. His face contorted in rage. The assassination attempt had failed miserably. Only minutes ago, Isaac had felt a strange sensation inside his body. After analyzing the liquid forced into him, he realized the truth. It was saint-slaying calamity, a lethal poison designed to destroy holy power. I'll just convert this toxin into pure, high-tier, demonic mana. For a former demon king, this poison was a divine gift from heaven. I'm going to feast on this premium baby formula mana until I'm full. 𝐼𝐃 drained the bottle and roared at the two treacherous servants. Bring me more. I want every last drop of this power. To the servants, his fierce demands sounded like adorable. Is he asking for more? I feel like I actually understand him. The male servant quickly prepared another bottle of the lethal poison. The more you drink, the better for us, you little brat. 𝐼𝐃 grabbed the bottle greedily. He even gave the confused henchman a tiny, approving thanks for the mana, whoever sent this. You've done a great job. Now, he had to enter his subconscious to forge his mana core. I'll be perfectly safe here while I undergo my transformation. With that, 𝐼𝐃 plunged deep into the depths of his mental world. He dove through a spiritual lake, reaching the bottom to begin reconstruction. Time to focus. I'll condense all this absorbed mana into a core. Without a core, magic is impossible. This is my true awakening. 𝐼𝐃 focused his intent, condensing mana into a radiant golden orb. But a sudden fluctuation occurred. The mana condensation process began to spiral out of control. Without warning, the energy sphere turned berserk. 𝐼𝐃's eyes widened in pure terror. Was this the start of a catastrophic magic explosion? He screamed internally, feeling as though his ancestors were beckoned him from the afterlife. Then, inexplicably, the chaotic mana stabilized, the violent tremors vanishing in an instant. 𝐼𝐃 peered forward, shock written across his youthful and innocent face. 𝐷 mana core usually has 3 colors. Why is this one pure white? Color aside, he hadn't even finished the proper awakening ritual for the core yet. This raw power surpassed all expectations. A hidden stat within this infant body. How many blessings were packed into this child? With this, I'll become a legendary monster. Deep in thought, 𝐼𝐃 reached toward the massive energy orb, imprinting the unique trait. Nothing else mattered. A desperate desire was carved into his soul. His thirst for survival was maddeningly intense. That obsession once birthed the Skeleton King. Now, original skills were finally evolving. He had successfully inherited the vast magical reserves hidden within this tiny frame. While 𝐼𝐃 celebrated, 2 treacherous servants watched his sleeping form with dark intent. Is the brat dead yet? The man hissed. Check him, the woman replied coldly. Before they could act, the protagonist's small hand suddenly twitched and rose upward. They shrieked in terror. The cowardly man even burst into tears. He's still alive. Ignoring them, the mastermind roared. Another dose. Make the poison even stronger. Back in reality, the Emperor breathed a sigh of relief, seeing 𝐼𝐃 safe in the vessel. Phew, it seems nothing went wrong during the sacred ritual. 𝐼𝐃 smirked internally. Sure, just a casual assassination attempt. No big deal. He noticed the bishop glaring at him with pure, murderous hatred. Why that look? Is it because I ate too much? I must avoid suspicion. Time to play the fool. Just keep smiling. He flashed a bright, innocent grin. But the more he smiled, the more the bishop's face twisted in agonizing frustration. The bishop cursed him inwardly. He should be dead. He should be vomiting blood. Instead, the child was laughing directly in his face. Trembling with rage, the bishop's mind raced back to the Holy See days ago. Inside a lavish hall, a powerful man had raged upon receiving the bishop's report. A sant candidate ruling the holy nation. How utterly ridiculous. Every low-tier guild and pathetic family claims their child is the chosen one. The bishop, a loyal hound, bowed. Don't worry, The other candidates have been ... erased. The mysterious man smirked, satisfied with the brutal efficiency of the purge, but his expression soured instantly as he recalled a troubling rumor. There's word of a saint candidate from the Rothschild family. An old grudge flared up. Rage surged through him, his grip crushing the metal wine goblet. The Rothschilds are the Emperor's right hand. If their brat becomes the saint, my villainous plans will turn to dust. Even the bishop knew the danger. The Rothschild family was far too powerful to touch. We can't move against them, he stammered, knowing the man expected a solution. The man hurled the crushed cup, barking his final, cold instructions. That boy must be dead by the time you arrive. Just confirm his corpse. It's done. A saint will rise, and they will be of Beres blood. Meet Cardinal 𝐼-𝐃, the ruthless mastermind leading the Beres family. Back in reality, the bishop stares in shock. How is Isaac still breathing? Was he lying? The cardinal promised certain death. Why is this brat alive? This is impossible. His twisted mind races to understand this anomaly. The emperor strokes the child's face, a sharp smile forming. How intriguing. This hair... Wouldn't you agree, Bishop? The bishop stammers nervously. Your Majesty, surely you are joking. Isaac watches closely. He realizes the man standing before him is the emperor. Then Alexander drops a bombshell. He resembles God more than the Pope himself. A saint candidate of a higher tier indeed. Isaac nearly drops his bottle in shock. Me. Is he serious? So that's the angle. They see me as their divine puppet. Elsewhere, panic grips the bishop. The emperor is favoring him. This must end now. He intervenes quickly. Your Majesty, please, let me personally oversee the child's care. The emperor's brow furrows in annoyance. And why would I do that? The bishop scrambles for an excuse. Something is deeply wrong with him. No normal infant could consume that much essence without a single side effect. He's labeling Isaac a freak to force an investigation. But the emperor knows. Suspecting Boris's foul play, the emperor shuts him down with a cold glare. Ridiculous. A saint candidate consuming holy offerings is natural for their growth. The bishop persists, desperate. But sire, we must be absolutely certain of him. Let me handle the boy's spiritual cleansing. Alexander refuses. The 𝐵𝐻 family arrives soon. They will oversee his awakening process. Isaac reels. The demon king reincarnated. What a joke. How is this possible? The system is broken. He exhales, and a puff of violet manna leaks out. Damn! Not now! Residual dark energy. If the bishop senses this, my second life is over. The bishop freezes. He caught the scent. His eyes lock onto Isaac instantly. Wait, Your Majesty, did you feel that? A chill in the air. Dark manna, it's coming from the boy. The bishop's grin turns predatory now. A perfect excuse to eliminate the threat. Isaac breaks into a cold sweat. His tiny fist clenches the sheets. He knows. That bastard actually felt it. The trap is closing. The bishop sneers, beginning his public character assassination. A degenerate candidate. I must summon the Grand Inquisitor for immediate execution. Alexander's expression darkens. He won't let his prize be snatched away. How dare you? you would label a holy candidate as a degenerate. The bishop smiles slyly. Your Majesty, there is no need for such concern. The Pope has already chosen the Beresaire. Alexander's face pales with fury. That old fox. He's trying to monopolize the holy power for himself. Shameless bastards. Isaac's eyes burn with a cold, vengeful light of awakening. The bishop hoists Isaac up. Guards, bring the inquisitors. The purge begins now. The declaration carries lethal weight. Alexander steps forward. He cannot allow the Beres family to win this round. The 𝐷𝐤 clan will decide his fate. In my name, the investigation stops. I understand, Your Majesty. But the Crown Prince's blessing only follows the selection of the true saint. This blatant threat caused Emperor Alexander's expression to turn dangerously cold. He realized the trap, refused the Pope's chosen child, and his own heir. Loses divine protection. Is this truly the Church's will? Alexander's voice carried the weight of a brewing storm. Isaac watched the Emperor struggle. Once again, the shadow of death loomed over his new life. These holy degenerates are trouble. If they uncover my true identity, it's game over for me. To pressure Alexander, the bishop smirked. Why wait? Let us conduct the ritual test right now. With my exorcism trait, a human child will remain unharmed. It is perfectly safe. But if this infant is a demon... The bishop's malice hung heavy in the air. Suddenly, Isaac loomed. Channeled mana surged into his milk bottle, reinforcing it for a devastating impact. Crack, blood sprayed as the bishop took a heavy hit, sending a tooth flying into oblivion. Isaac immediately shifted gears, blinking innocently as if it were nothing but a clumsy baby's tantrum. Inside, he was savage, cursing the bishop's entire bloodline, ancestors. Whatever, I'll play the baby. The bishop, meanwhile, was paralyzed by bone-shattering pain. He couldn't fathom how a mere infant's bottle could deliver such a heightier physical strike. The crowd gasped in awe. Wait, ... Could it be holy power? He truly is the saint. Isaac didn't stop, circulating his mana back into the makeshift weapon. A brilliant flash erupted as he slammed the bottle into the bishop's other cheek. His tiny arms became a blur of motion, pummeling the bishop into a dazed, bloodied mess. Let's see you talk your way out of this, you piece of trash. The Emperor's knights didn't intervene. They watched the one-sided beatdown with visible satisfaction. It's blinding. Isaac felt the rush and decided to evolve his magic for more impact. I'll use reinforcement magic to harden this bottle while maintaining my innocent child facade. How do you like that? The protagonist laughed within. After that flurry of divine strikes, the old bishop looked like he needed immediate facial reconstruction. He staggered, unable to maintain his footing, drawing worried whispers from the nearby church officials. Look, the bishop is overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the child's holy power. Even Isaac was surprised. Wait. A strange golden aura radiated from the bottle. Despite my dark mana, a trace of divine energy remains. These opposing traits shouldn't coexist. It has to be that white mana core. The system interface was reacting to the anomaly. Isaac narrowed his eyes. Snapping back to reality, the enraged bishop snatched the bottle and hurled it to the floor. I swear by the heavens. He screamed at the royal court, his face twisted in rage. This child is a heretic. Exorcise him immediately. Isaac's patience finally reached its absolute limit. This degenerate kept pushing for my death. It was time to reveal a hidden card. Stubborn old fool. You've got something very interesting tucked away in those robes. Isaac's small hand darted out, expertly, looting a secret item from deep within the bishop's coat. He pulled out a severed arm wrapped in golden chains, radiating a terrifyingly dense, demonic aura. It was a high-tier demonic relic, a forbidden remnant of a long-extinguished archdevil. A dropped item capable of absorbing demon kin. The bishop froze as his dark secret was exposed. He kept it for protection, but how could an infant identify such a cursed, hidden artifact? Isaac flashed a wicked, cunning grin and tossed the demonic limb into the center of the hall. Watch closely, bastard. You brought this on yourself. Isaac snapped his tiny fingers. Instantly, the relic exploded with violent purple energy. A massive shadow materialized. The real nightmare had begun. A demon. Why? Chaos erupts as a dark presence suddenly manifests within the sacred chamber. Emperor Alexander's gaze snaps to the bishop, his voice dripping with icy lethal suspicion. Masar Beris, explain this sacrilege. A demon in the temple? Have you lost your mind? Cornered, the old man points a trembling finger at Isaac. But Alexander isn't buying the lie. A mere totem shouldn't trigger an instant resurrection. These items are remnants of dead monsters. Reviving one instantly defies every known system law. The Emperor turns to his elite guards, his command echoing with absolute imperial authority. Knights, shield the child from this beast, and the traitorous bishop. Move out. In a flash, a knight tears Isaac from Masa's grip. What is this? Masa stammers, while Isaac hides a wicked, calculated smirk. Serves him right. Time to see if this corrupted degenerate can survive the fallout. Knights leveled their blades at the ghost's throat, but the entity's eyes lock onto Isaac. Sensing something ancient, the spectre goes berserk, its voice a guttural, "Slay the saint." It shatters the knight's suppression, lunging straight for the young master. A knight quickly shields Isaac's eyes, pulling him back from the impending carnage. Blades clash as the elite hunters rush in to intercept the demonic, flickering blur. Protect the young master. No one understands why the beast is suddenly obsessed with him. Isaac is equally baffled. He revived the thing so. Why is it targeting its own master? He trusts the Holy Knights to handle it, but that confidence lasts exactly 2 seconds. A high-ranking knight is sent flying, his armor crumpling under a single devastating strike. Are these guys even rankers? The ghost screams of kings and saints, its power surging. The pressure intensifies. The spectre's strength evolves. Isaac's protector turns pale with terror. In his panic, the knight grips Isaac so tight the kid's face starts to distort. Watching the knights fail, Isaac realizes he'll have to handle this mess himself. Fine, I'll stop it. In this chaos, no one will notice my hidden mana signature. Why does everyone in this reincarnation want me dead? It's getting real annoying. I saved you, yet you aim for me, ungrateful brat. He releases his demon king Prashar. The demon freezes midair, instantly recognizing the terrifying aura of its true sovereign. But before it can react, Isaac's body erupts with a blinding, celestial radiance. The holy light sears the demon's flesh, burning it as the creature shrieks in agony. Realizing it's outmatched, the spectre liquefies into light and bolts for the exit. It's escaping. Someone shouts, but all eyes are now glued to the radiant toddler. Was that ... holy power? Master Isaac just purged a high-tier demon alone. The crowd erupts in awe. Isaac, however, stares at his glowing palms in total disbelief. Pure, divine energy flows from his tiny fingers. This wasn't the plan at all. What the hell, it's real holy power. But how does a demon king have this? Did this body's trait convert my mana? How will I ever absorb demonic energy now? This kingdom is a mana desert for me. There's no darkness to harvest here. Isaac grinds his teeth, realizing his path to power just got a lot more complicated. Behind him, knights tackle Musaberis. Unhand me. That boy is a heretic. He's using the forbidden power of demons. A demon in our holy lands? Let me perform the exorcism and expose his rot. A cold, sharp voice cuts through the bishop's frantic rambling. It's Alexander. That's enough, Massa. You dare accuse a saint candidate of heresy. You've sealed your fate. You dared to unleash a high-tier demon right under the noses of the royal holy knights. Holy, see or not, don't think for a second, I'll let this slide. The bishop's teeth ground together in pure rage. He smirked inwardly. The seeds of doubt had already been planted deep within the emperor's mind. If they uncover their spy now, the Holy See's entire reputation will be dragged through the dirt. My life for the clan. I must eliminate this saint candidate, no matter the cost. Despite being shackled, Bishop Moss's fingers twitched. A magic circle erupted, summoning a feral direwolf with eyes as red as a fresh bloodbath. Without waiting for a command, the beast lunged, its jaws snapping hungrily at Isaac's throat. Cold sweat beaded on the knight's brow as he watched the monster close the distance. Isaac let out a heavy, bored sigh. Finally showing your true, degenerate face, are you? Did he really think such a pathetic summon could kill him? Isaac prepared to unleash a counterspell. But reality hit him like a trucker's mana circuits were completely drained. In a terrifying flash, the massive wolf bypassed the gap and appeared inches from his face. It bared its razor-sharp fangs, aiming to send him to the afterlife in a single, crushing bite. Fortunately, the god of death wasn't ready to punch Isaac's ticket just yet. At the final second, a devastating wave of energy slammed into the wolf's neck, sending it howling in pain. Isaac's eyes widened in shock as he turned toward the source of the blast. Who gave you permission to lay a finger on a descendant of the 𝐷𝐤 bloodline? A noble voice demanded. It was 𝐷𝐿, the seventh son. The crowd gasped. The legendary 𝐷𝐤 knights have arrived. Completely ignoring the stunned onlookers, Rai kept his icy gaze fixed on the target. He pointed a finger at the bishop. Arrest this traitorous snake immediately. Do not hesitate. The elite knights behind him gave a sharp nod and swarmed, pinning Massa to the ground. Massa barked like a cornered dog. Release me. How dare you touch a man of God? To Isaac, the name 𝐷𝐤 triggered a strange, nagging sensation. 𝐽𝑜𝑠𝑢𝐴. ... Why does that name sound so familiar? He muttered to himself, searching his memories. Rai looked at his subordinates and gave a stern command. Show him the proper respect. Every 𝐷𝐤 knight dropped to one knee in perfect unison. Greetings, young master. Forgive our late arrival. Isaac scanned the man before him, realizing this was no ordinary noble warrior. His aura is suffocating. This guy is leagues stronger than any of the royal knights. Unaware of Isaac's internal evaluation, Rai continued to speak with a calm authority. This can't make up for the past, but please accept this small token of my appreciation. A knight reached into his pouch, looking as though he were about to reveal a legendary treasure. Isaac's heart raced with anticipation. Asterisk, is it gold? a massive bar of pure gold. His eyes sparkled with hope, but the object pulled out left him absolutely petrified. It was a detailed figurine of his past skeleton body kneeling, in chains with swords at its neck. The knight beamed with a terrifying amount of pride while introducing the morbid gift. This is the executed Demon King model. We also have burned alive and crushed versions. Our young master is so precious. Look at how adorable he is with his new toy. They shoved the figurines in his face, unaware that Isaac was actually crying tears of pure misery. Asterisk, how on earth am I supposed to survive in a family of total psychopaths? The knights saw the moisture in his eyes and completely misinterpreted his despair for joy. Look, he's so moved by the gift that he's crying. He really is the cutest. Suddenly, the gears in Isaac's mind finally clicked. He remembered exactly who 𝐷𝐤 was. 𝐽𝑠𝑢𝑎 ... I remember now. That was the name of the saintess who tried to slay me. Memories flooded back of the endless line of 𝐷𝐤 warriors. Centuries. I am the 45th SINTESS. A degenerate like you has no right to my name. Just thinking about the endless challenges seeking a duel. Jack clutched his head in pure frustration. I knew it. They're all from the 𝐷𝐤 clan. I am reborn into a den of saintess candidates. What sins did I commit in my past life to suffer through this reincarnation nightmare? As I sighed inwardly, the frantic, nonsensical screeching of Bishop Ma shattered the tense atmosphere. You damn 𝐷𝐤 bastards! You've all gone mad. A knight instantly pinned the old man's arms back. Know your place. Shut your mouth. Ignoring the warning, Bishop Ma raved like a rabid dog. I knew you were all heretics. Where did you find that cursed creature? I'll strip away your masks and expose the truth. To think you'd carry that monster. Has the 𝐷𝐤 family rotted to the core? The Holy See will hear of this. The knight's patience finally snapped under the barrage of insults. With a cold flash of steel, his blade grazed the bishop's throat. It was a precise, non-lethal strike far too merciful to send this fool to the afterlife just yet. But it served its purpose. Finally, the old man was silenced. Kneeling and gasping for air, the bishop met Rai's chilling gaze. Be grateful for 𝐷𝐤's mercy. If not for our compassion, your head would already be rolling on the floor. Watching the knight's decisive cruelty, Isaac smirked inwardly. Hey, this guy might actually be useful. Attacking a bishop for the family honor? With the right motivation, he might even storm the Vatican. Suddenly, seeing Isaac's eyes light up during the execution, rushing to hide the bloody scene. Young master, don't look at that trash, they whispered. Focus only on beautiful things. They showed him a toy skeleton instead. Asterisk, these idiots. Asterisk, forget it. Not a single soul here is useful. Asterisk. Then, a memory surfaced. The legendary holy flash of the 𝐷𝐤 clan. They were terrifying enemies in my past life. My former subordinates. Just the thought sends chills down my spine. To entertain him, the knights made grotesque faces. Look, the skeleton demon king is decapitated. Isaac screamed in mental agony at their twisted education. Asterisk, stop it. No wonder my minions were terrified of these lunatics. Emperor Alexander stepped forward, nodding as the knight handled the situation with ruthless efficiency. I won't forget this debt. Would your patriarch allow the imperial family to raise this child? To Isaac, the emperor's offer was a golden ticket out of this crazy family. His eyes sparkled with desperate hope. Asterisk, the emperor wants me, yes. Take me away from this madness. but the dream was crushed instantly. "Your Majesty, surely you jest," Rai replied without hesitation. Alexander grew serious. "Factions inside and outside the Holy Kingdom will target this young master. You've sensed it too, haven't you? He's a walking target. The 𝐷𝐤 clan is strong, but is your faith enough to shield him from the coming storm?" Isaac reached out to 𝐼-𝐑𝐚𝐧𝐤, the emperor, praying for a reversal of his fate. "The Pope won't accept him," Alexander added. "His hair, it matches the first emperor's exactly. And rumor has it, the skeleton demon king is already hunting for the boy's head." Isaac's jaw dropped. He had just been branded as a monster-hunting target by the entire world. Wait, I am the skeleton demon king. Why would I be hunting myself? Rai stood firm. "He is 𝐷𝐤 blood. We will raise him as one of our own. Whether it's the Pope or the Demon King himself, we will crush anyone who touches him." Then, the knight let out a chilling, enigmatic smile that promised a bloodbath. "Truth is, I bet the former Saintess Melissa would be thrilled to hunt that skeleton king once more." The emperor chuckled, recalling Melissa's fiery spirit. "Knowing her, I'd have to agree," he mused. Seizing the moment, Rai pushed harder. "Then how can we possibly hand this direct descendant over to the royals?" From Isaac's perspective, the name Melissa hit him like a lightning bolt, triggering a buried memory. A terrifying shadow flashed in his mind. Wait, ... Melissa? My final obstacle before the assault on the heavens. Not her, the most relentless, borderline insane, born into a family of saintesses, and I'm Melissa's direct descendant. What kind of twisted reincarnation is this? Isaac screamed internally. Just what is a After the Skeleton King crushed humanity's armies repeatedly, they forged the ultimate weapon, a divine Valkyrie, the peak of the Holy Kingdom's night tiers. With such overwhelming holy power, the world believed the Skeleton King's reign would finally crumble. Her stats were God tier, driven by savage instincts and suicidal attacks. Self-preservation. Ethereal, powerful, and possessing unnaturally long lifespans. That was the standard for every holy saint. But the Skeleton King was a monster. No saintess ever toppled him, yet Isaac never actually killed one. Execution was a waste. If a saintess dies, her divine mana simply returns to the heavens. The gods just recycled that power to buff the next generation of holy hunters. Still, that last, Saintess Melissa, was a beast. She nearly sent Isaac to a permanent grave several times. Now, she's his ancestor. Our protagonist's face darkened as the sheer irony of his situation set in. If that battle-crazed woman ever realized who he truly was, his second life would be very short. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, Rai blissfully. A saintess lives for one goal: the total annihilation of the Skeleton Demon King. The 𝐷𝐤 clan is the sole cradle of saintesses. Our divine mission is to purge every enemy of God. We can protect this child better than anyone. Alexander fell silent, weighing the weight of those words. To seal the deal, another knight stepped forward from the shadows to provide backup. The brown-haired knight saluted. Think of the countless saintesses that monster the Skeleton King has slaughtered. Isaac trembled with pure rage. I never even touched them, you lying prick. Ignoring Isaac's internal tantrum, the knight began listing the Demon King's supposed atrocities with dramatic flair. He once locked a saintess in a nightmare labyrinth. Isaac was fuming. I literally told her to go home. How is that imprisonment? Was it my fault She had zero sense of direction. The night added, 5 more died of pure despair. Despair? Seriously, they didn't need a funeral, they needed a therapist. Isaac cursed mentally. Rai looked down, seeing his little nephew squirming. To him, it looked like the baby was suffering. Don't worry, little one. Even if you're cursed, your family will destroy anyone who dares to harm you. His voice was thick with affection, though his words only made Isaac's blood boil even more. If Rai knew the truth, he'd probably faint. I'm the one who can't stand this. Just curse me already. Isaac threw a tantrum, his tiny baby fists flailing against Rai's chest in a desperate, adorable rage. Rai just laughed. Your parents only had one wish for your future, little warrior. They prayed you'd never become a monster like that wretched, soul-sucking skeleton king. That sentence hit Isaac. His world went cold in an instant. His rage evaporated, replaced by crushing guilt. Dear parents, sorry for already being your worst nightmare, he sighed. As Isaac wallowed in regret, Emperor Alexander turned his attention back to the pressing matter of custody. The emperor wasn't backing down. Think carefully, Rai. This child needs the best protection possible. Besides, the Skeleton King was sealed 150 years ago. Isaac froze. A century and a half. If it's been that long, then Melissa must be dead. She was already 50 when we last fought, but Alexander wasn't done. His next revelation was about to flip Isaac's world upside down once again. During my absence, the demon tribes haven't been idle. They've been gathering a massive, unstoppable legion. A saint's presence would skyrocket the Holy Kingdom's influence. This young lord is now a vital royal asset. Yet, no 𝐷𝐤 saintess remains. It's been a year since she vanished with her husband after giving birth. For Isaac, this intel hit like a devastating thunderbolt from a high-tier dungeon boss. Being the direct bloodline of Saintess Melissa was already making his skin crawl with pure dread. To think his mother was a legendary saint. The realization shifted his entire perspective on this world. Clutching Isaac, he refused. My brother is away, but the 𝐷𝐤 Guild is strong enough to protect him. Isaac was completely floored. The complexity of his reincarnation was spiraling out of his control. Nothing can shock me now, he thought. What's more insane than having a saintess for a mother? But as the two men spoke, Isaac's internal survival system began screaming red alerts. The Emperor questioned him. Isn't Melissa currently hunting the Skeleton King's elite commanders? I nodded. She'll return to the capital soon. The matriarch will be thrilled to meet her grandson. This reminded Isaac of a saintess's legendary longevity trait. Her still being alive in this era wasn't just a surprise. She's over 200 years old. Why won't she just retire before she returns to ruin everything? The child looks troubled. Is he all right? Alexandro asked, pointing at Isaac's distressed, pale face. I patted his head. He'll be fine, Isaac thought. If I could talk, I'd be cursing you out. Fine. You think I'm fine when my mortal nemesis is still breathing? If Melissa uncovers my true identity, I'm getting burned at the stake. Anyone else would be okay, but Melissa was the last person I saw before my previous death. I have to survive, Isaac resolved. Swallowing his pride, he grabbed the Emperor's finger with his tiny hand. Acting like a top-tier adorable summon. Isaac gave a playful wink. The Emperor's face flushed red from the sheer cuteness of the hidden stat. Oh, look at this! Even the child recognizes the prestige of the royal bloodline. Vi immediately pulled Isaac back, shaking his head. He's just being overly friendly, Your Majesty. The Emperor tugged back, promising Isaac resources that even the highest-ranking guilds couldn't provide. The 𝐷𝐤s train saintesses, but they have zero experience raising a male saint. We are better equipped. 𝐼 wouldn't back down, pulling Isaac in the opposite direction. He's a destined exorcist knight. No one trains deer hunters better than the Joshua family. Besides, he's the first male saint in recorded history. This is an unprecedented awakening. Both argued over whose system was better for his growth. The royals. No, the Joshua Guild. They shouted, tugging on the protagonist's tiny body like he was a rare dropped item. Isaac felt like his limbs were being stretched by a rack. The surrounding knights were terrified. You're going to rip the young lord in half. Isaac screamed internally, I'm choosing the royals to escape this crazy family. A brilliant light of life suddenly began radiating from the Emperor's presence, illuminating the room. This aura meant a higher survival rate. If he followed the Emperor, he might actually live. He couldn't let this chance slip. Isaac glanced at the bishop, who looked disturbingly satisfied. A wise choice indeed. Shall I carry the young saint now? Suddenly, a violent burst of holy light exploded from Isaac's body. The scene shifted to Bishop Ma. The old man was kneeling before cloaked figures, trembling in pure panic. It's impossible. I felt mana. That child is a devil's seed. The leader of the cult glared with icy eyes. Divine power is a gift from God. Are you claiming a degenerate devil can wield holy light? A subordinate slowly unsheathed a razor-sharp blade. Bishop Ma recoiled in terror, stuttering, but I felt it. It was definitely mana. How could I mistake mana for holy power? My senses never fail when detecting evil. Ignoring the pleas, the leader coldly delivered the death sentence. The Holy See's final verdict. Death for blasphemy. Before the words even faded, a subordinate lunged forward, slicing clean through the snake elder's throat. In a heartbeat, his soul was sent to the underworld. He became a sacrifice for the clan. The assassin then asked, Shall I assemble a strike team, sir? Grandmaster Hay simply shook his head, dismissing the proposal instantly. Unnecessary. The Emperor is taking the child. We'll strike once they enter royal territory. This time, the brat dies for sure. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to young Isaac. He sat bored inside the carriage, traveling back toward the 𝐷𝐤. Days ago, a massive burst of holy light erupted. He desperately shielded his eyes from the overwhelming divine glare. Why so bright? He groaned. Meanwhile, Dalai admitted his family's brutal nature. Your Majesty, the Joshua estate is no playground for raising children. It's a wasteland filled with demon corpses and cursed mana cores. Our greatest prize, the skeleton demon king's remains. Isaac's eyes nearly popped out. What? You have my old body? You should have led with that info. Our protagonist cursed his luck silently within his mind. Dark mana was scarce in the Holy Kingdom. He needed demon artifacts to recharge his power. Isaac reluctantly grabbed Aaliyah's finger and pointed toward the horizon. Uncle, look, let's go there together. He seemed to urge. Though it was just baby babble, Dalia was moved to the point of tears. Inside his small cradle, Isaac crossed his legs. Dragged from royalty to a military fortress. But it was his only chance. That body possessed mana that once rivaled the power of the gods. Without reclaiming his physical form, this reincarnation would be utterly meaningless. Above all, he'd never seen a survival instinct glow quite so intensely before. Following this man was his best shot at survival. Suddenly, a knight spoke up. Why is the Pope's legion hunting for young Master Isaac anyway? Isaac perked up, his curiosity piqued by the mention of the church. I was wondering the same thing. Why go through all this trouble? He wondered. 𝐷𝐼 glanced at Isaac and sighed. It's because of a divine prophecy from God. They say, a saint will be born as God's child. The blonde knight gasped. He asked cautiously, does that mean he'll become the next pope? Exactly. The Berries clan is desperate to secure a saint of their own. Isaac sat there, completely baffled by the complicated politics of this world. The Pope, the supreme cleric, a master of Tier 10, holy magic. The King of Paladins. In the Holy Kingdom, his authority rivaled the Emperor's own crown. The Berries family has produced many popes. They won't let an outsider take it. So that's why every noble house is obsessed with creating a saint. Isaac stroked his chin. Suddenly, the carriage screeched to a halt amidst a loud commotion. 𝐷𝐼 leaned out the window, his brow furrowing. What's going on? The driver rushed over, sweating. Lord 𝐷𝐼, there's a problem at the gate. They reached the border, but the gatekeepers were refusing to let them pass. Orders are orders. No one enters the duchy today. 𝐷𝐼's rage boiled over. These lowly guards dare block the path of a Do you not recognize our crest? Were you never taught proper respect? The guards ahead instantly recognized the prestigious Joshua family crest. Honestly, they'd been waiting for Isaac's group with murderous impatience. No entry, they growled, as suffocating dark manna leaked out. The saint's blooded brat dies here. Their skin turned purple as jagged talons and predatory fangs tore through their flesh. One look was enough. These weren't human guards. From the carriage window, Isaac stared in disbelief. His own demon subjects were assassins. What the hell? I explicitly forbade any raids on human territory. Who is this new demon king calling the shots? Isaac's blood boiled with rage. A three-eyed demon leveled a finger at them, his voice a guttural rasp. Listen well. You lowly insects. Our supreme monarch has commanded the total extermination of all saints. In the name of the Bone King 𝐼-𝐃, surrender the boy or face annihilation. The three-eyed monster sneered with arrogance, but his speech was cut short. A blinding bolt of blue lightning crashed down, charring the demon into a heap of What? You ... You lowly paladin. The remaining demons shrieked, paralyzed by terror. Rai stepped forward, knuckles white, as he gripped his sword. How dare you speak such filth to an exorcist of House Joshua? He growled. You chose death. We exist to purge every shadow from this world. We'll hunt your kind back to hell along with that pathetic Bone King of yours. Rai spat on the ground, disgusted that the king would send lackeys for a vessel. His eyes were filled with nothing but absolute disdain for the creatures before him. Insulted beyond reason, the demons lost all restraint. How dare a mere human mock our Lord? We will resurrect great King 𝐼-𝐃 at any cost. Die, human trash. With a bloodthirsty roar, the demon horde lunged forward. The knights braced themselves, coating their blades in shimmering aura. Amidst the chaos, the blonde knight grabbed Isaac and leaped from the carriage. Forgive me, master. He whispered an apology and vanished into the forest. Isaac's mind was racing. What's happening? Is someone actually impersonating me? He wondered, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Deep within the forest, the knight hid Isaac in a thicket. Stay hidden. I'll be back. He cast a shimmering protective barrier around the boy. Isaac's eyes widened. A hider seal. Even a high noble couldn't crack this, Isaac muttered. Isolated now, Isaac decided to act. Survival instinct activated. Release magic circuit. Answer my call. Whisper. Eye of the void. Awaken and observe. A swirl of dark mist manifested, coalescing into a shadowy cloud with a wicked face. The shadow gasped in joy, its voice trembling. My glorious, eternal master. Isaac instantly shoved his hand into the cloud's mouth. Quiet, you idiot. We'll be caught. Whisper settled down, its demonic eyes gleaming with delight. I feared your majesty's light was gone. Isaac sighed, relieved by the spirit's loyalty. I thought I was finished too, Isaac admitted. Whisper was a sentient, high-level search magic. Isaac had created this talkative familiar because manual data analysis was simply too tedious. Over time, the spell had developed a personality. Whisper chuckled darkly, slipping into flattery. Your cruelty remains as magnificent as ever, sire. To hijack a child's body without a shred of remorse. Simply legendary. But those treacherous curs back there. How dare they point blades at my master? Even if you're a villain, putting you in such a tiny body is an insult. Whisper zoomed around incessantly until Isaac snapped. Enough. Go scout before I erase you. Initiate scan, 𝐅-𝐑𝐚𝐧𝐤 commanded. Search, radius. 100 meters. Faint energy ripples erupted from Dulé, pulsing through the environment. Data flooded his mind. 88 hostiles detected, all low-tier monsters. Mere degenerates, compared to your greatness. Isaac couldn't laugh. This was insane. Had these monsters lost their minds? 88. If this escalates, summoning my elite subordinates becomes impossible. I must end this before the 𝐷𝐤 Guild detects my presence, even if it drains every drop of my stored mana. 𝐅-𝐷𝐤 shuddered at the cost, but Whisper suddenly froze in shock. Wait, count is 50-1... Now, only 13 targets remain. Isaac's jaw dropped. The system was reporting a total massacre. Incoming high-rank energy. Detected. The brown-haired knight warned urgently. Valet barked. Defensive formation! Form a shield wall. Now. Nearby demons laughed, sensing their long-awaited reinforcement had finally arrived. He's here. Today, we slay that so-called saint, together. Suddenly, a spear of darkness bifurcated the golden demon instantly. The paladins stared, paralyzed by the overwhelming display of power. Whisper chirped, enemy wiped. I've located the Shadow Lich. The Lich glared, eyes blazing with fury. How dare you touch my king? Pay with your souls. Isaac watched, baffled by his subordinate's obsession. The Lich's rage echoed across the battlefield like a death curse. My king, sealed within the shell of a lowly human child. Avert your filthy eyes, or I shall tear them out myself. Isaac's awakening of the Lich had triggered a distorted fanatical loyalty. The knights stood confused. The Lich spoke an ancient, forbidden tongue. Whisper giggled at the chaos. This is getting wild. Isaac felt awkward. He's definitely mistaken me for the Skeleton King. His devotion is impressive, but this timing is a complete disaster. All units, strike, slay the undead. The knights charged forward together. Isaac panicked for his subordinate and his precious mana core levels. You idiot. Don't waste my mana core on these weaklings. The blonde knight misread his fear. The Lich ignored him, cradling his face in twisted, ecstatic joy. Master recognized me. My guiding light finally sees me. His chilling laughter made the knight's skin crawl. He's hostile. Before anyone could react, the lich blurred forward like a shadow. 𝐷𝐸 spun around, eyes widening as the monster approached. That degenerate creature was heading straight for Isaac's position. Filthy paladins, sealing my lord in this wretched, cramped place. Isaac saw an opening. Perfect. System command. Break this barrier immediately. Isaac ordered. As you wish, my king. The lich, struck with razor-sharp claws. With one devastating blow, the energy shield shattered into dust. The knights gasped. The lich thought he was saving his master. ... unaware that Isaac was about to sell him out completely. With a calm gaze, the young protagonist reached out. Well done, he whispered. Now, rest for eternity. With a surge of dark energy, Isaac sealed the ancient lich deep within his demonic arm. The lich let out a final, desperate cry, before vanishing. Could it be a demonic totemization? Rai watched Isaac's innocent face, his mind racing. To achieve totemization on his first awakening. Is that even possible? This is beyond extraordinary. That high-tier holy art is reserved only for cardinals or the saintess herself. The knights erupted in cheers, hailing their young master. Yet, Rai felt a nagging doubt creeping into his mind. It looked like the totemization ritual, but there was a strange anomaly. Why couldn't I sense a single drop of holy power from him? The golden-haired knight offered his own theory. You know how it goes. Captain, true power only reveals itself when life is on the line. That lich must have sensed the hidden monster within the young master. It attacked out of pure, primal survival instinct. Our young master is a genius. I'm certain of it. There's no doubt in my mind he is the reincarnation of a saint. He spoke with such absolute conviction that even Rai found himself silenced, unable to argue against such faith. But then, a bitter shadow crossed Rai's face. If even the demon race is targeting this child, he is no ordinary boy. Whether he's a saint or not, he possesses a power that defies the laws of this world. But why? Why? The Skeleton King's curse loomed over the 𝐷𝐤 bloodline. But before Rai could finish his dark thought, the knight interrupted. I've made my choice. As captain of the 𝐷𝐤 faith, I will protect Isaac's future with my life. You are the new hope of the 𝐷𝐤 clan. The heroic declaration left Isaac momentarily stunned. Rai let out a self-deprecating laugh, shaking off his lingering fears. I've been a fool to fear that ancient curse. This child won't be destroyed by it. He will lead the 𝐷𝐤 to glory. Let's go home, Isaac. Your uncle Rai is going to teach you everything he knows. With your talent, I'll mold you into the greatest holy knight the world has ever seen. He hoisted Isaac high into the air. Isaac grumbled internally. Yeah, not happening. Just give me my original body back so I can go home. His sarcastic thoughts were cut short by Rai's next chilling words. Even if your life is destined to be short, I'll make sure your name echoes across the entire continent. Isaac froze. Something felt dangerously wrong. A short life? Hold on, did you just say something incredibly depressing and ominous? The MC struggled in Rai's grip, but Rai only beamed. I knew you'd be excited. Once we're home, our first lesson will be learning how to curse that honorless Skeleton King too. High heaven. Rai's eyes sparkled with terrifying intensity. Meanwhile, Isaac was already cursing Rai in the depths of his soul. You bastards. Time skipped forward as the carriage approached the massive gates of the 𝐷𝐤. Finally, the convoy carrying the young master crossed into the clan's ancestral territory. Isaac stared at the towering spires and golden decorations. These 𝐷𝐤 fanatics spend their days hunting demons. Just how much gold did this cost? Back when I was a low-tier worker, I had to toil until my clothes rotted just to feed the kids. A chill ran down his spine as he recalled the bitter, grueling days of his past life. Even Whisper couldn't hold back its indignation. Good heavens! This place makes our old palace look like a dumpster. Selling one statue could buy us 10 demon castles. Each word was like a dagger to Isaac's pride. He gripped the carriage railing, his teeth gritting in silent fury. I can see that. ... Now, shut up. Inside the carriage, Rai pulled Isaac back from the window to keep him safe. This is the 𝐷𝐤 estate, Isaac. The legendary cradle of the continent's greatest monster hunters. Look out there. Soon, you'll be just like those young squires training in the courtyard. Below them, a group of elite trainees moved with lethal precision. Their blades shredding practice dummies into splinters. Staring forward, they chant like fanatics. Rot in hell, Skeleton King. You're pathetic, Neil. Even tearing you apart isn't enough. Die, Skeleton King, just die already. Watching these youths are grins with twisted satisfaction. Only Isaac stands frozen, jaw dropped at their insanity. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of messed up brainwashing are these people teaching these kids. Is this a family of zealots? No matter. Once I infiltrate this holy kingdom. Isaac silently plotted his revenge, imagining this land reborn. As if reading his dark thoughts, his degenerate subordinate, knowing smirk. Planning something petty, Whisper mocked, holding a grudge against kids playing pretend. How truly pathetic, my lord. Whisper's venomous tongue showed zero restraint, cutting through Isaac's pride without a hint of mercy. Isaac gritted his teeth, shut it, and scout the perimeter. Whisper just smirked, activating his sensory traits. Suddenly, within the 3-story building ahead, dozens of glowing markers ignited in Whisper's mind. Seeing the detection window, Isaac's eyes widened in pure shock. This was a godsend. Manacores, dozens of them. Even the cynical Whisper was stunned by the sheer density of energy. Unbelievable. I've never seen so many high-tier manacores gathered in a single location before. How many demons did they slaughter for this horde? Just then, the driver called out, "Young master, we've arrived." I climbed out, carrying Isaac like a trophy. "Prepare my room," he barked. "Isaac stays with me." The servant stammered, visibly sweating. "Forgive me, sir, but orders state, Master Isaac goes to the annex." "The annex, why there?" R's brow furrowed, his voice dropping an octave. As tension flared, the bespectacled servant explained, "The 5th young master strictly forbade Master Isaac from entering the main estate." Isaac realized instantly the warm welcome was a lie. This guild-like family was a viper's nest of betrayal. Another power struggle? Typical. I've survived the gutter as an infant. I know when a house is rotten. The Joshua clan is crumbling from within. R, however, immediately saw through his brother's cruel intentions. Does that bastard intend to throw Isaac into that death trap of a cursed building? What a waste of breath, R muttered. Isaac nodded frantically, desperate to avoid a creepy annex. Exactly. I'm a noble. Let me stay in the mansion. But then, Whisper hissed into his ear. The Manacore, ... They're all hidden inside that annex. Isaac's heart stopped. A total game. Instantly, I completely misunderstood the sudden outburst. I shut it down immediately. Forget it, he snapped at the servants. Step aside. I won't leave my nephew in that haunted hellhole. You're staying in my room, little one. I'll read you the Holy Scriptures, the epic tale of the saintess, as a bedtime story. Then, I'll teach you my secret exorcism skills specifically designed to erase skeletons. Isaac paled. That's literally me. Are you trying to assassinate me? Isaac groaned inwardly, his soul trembling at the irony. Before they could move, a mocking voice cut through the air. All this drama over a stray brat. I ordered him to the annex. Are you finally planning to defy your older brother, 𝐅? The blue-haired man with the face of a snake was 𝐷𝐿 Joshua, the clan's arrogant fifth son. One look at his punchable face, and Isaac knew the type of classic. Sparks flew as 𝐅 and 𝐷𝐿 locked eyes. Put the trash down. He's going to the annex. 𝐷𝐿's voice was ice, but 𝐅 wasn't backing down. He pulled Isaac closer. Are you joking? 𝐅 countered. This child carries the Joshua bloodline. We don't exile our own. Sending him to a place meant for prisoners. Not on my watch. Isaac glared, adding 𝐷𝐿 to his kill list. This rude bastard is officially enemy number 1. Suddenly, Isaac winced. 𝐅 was hugging him way too tight. Move, 𝐅 growled. I'm taking him to my room to read The Fall of the Skeleton King. Isaac struggled. Let me go. Just send me to the annex already. He needed those mana cores. Ignoring him, 𝐷𝐿 stepped forward, his eyes full of disdain as he examined the child. He poked Isaac's cheek with a mocking sneer. Where did you find such a pathetic skin and bones brat? Descendant, my foot. Looking at his punchable face, Isaac's fists clenched in pure rage. Just wait until this bastard gets old. I'll personally pull the plug on his life support. Damn it, sending me to the annex was a great plan, but what the hell is wrong with this guy? Are you a priest or a common thug? Whatever, I just need that annex to drain its mana core. Isaac sighed, deciding to play dead. He exhaled a breath of pure annoyance and stopped caring entirely. Meanwhile, Viz's fury reached a breaking point as 𝐷𝐿 continued his relentless, suffocating provocation. You think? I don't see your game. You want him labeled cursed, just to strip his inheritance. Hearing his uncle's blatant scheme, Isaac could no longer maintain his indifferent. Wait, strip my inheritance? That changes everything. I'm here to drain this house dry, reach saint rank, become pope, and crush those traitorous guards. Remembering the gods who betrayed him, Isaac's anger flared. Unaware, 𝐷𝐿 laughed, basking in his own arrogance. I heard a demon came for this brat. Clearly, the boy is tainted by a dark curse. The blonde knight snapped back instantly, refusing to let the insult stand. That's a lie. Young Master Isaac helped banish that demon. Its obsession with him only proves his immense divine value. Exactly, he possesses the holy power of a saint. Another knight shouted from the rear. 𝐷𝐿 burst into a mocking laughter, as if he had just heard the world's funniest joke. Ha, kill me now. How long will you shield this piece of trash? Stop playing around. If you claim he's the next saint, then prove it. Show me a glimmer of his power. Whisper, always looking for chaos, floated closer and hissed a suggestion. Why not show him, Master? How about a meteor strike? Media, are you insane? Isaac snapped back in his mind. Smirking like a true snake, 𝐲 pointed toward a blackened, withered tree standing in the courtyard. Fine. If he's a saint, let him handle that family symbol over there. Why not have him revive the thing he supposedly loves so much? That holy tree died from demonic corruption. If he's a saint candidate, purifying it should be easy. He wore the twisted grin of a villain who knew he had set an impossible trap. 𝐼 hesitated, looking at the dead wood. Do you even realize how ridiculous you're being? Whisper smirked in contempt at 𝐷 stupidity. Melissa was a legend, but her descendants are pathetic. One son missing, the other an outcast. Suddenly, Isaac's eyes snapped open. He sensed something hidden within the blackened bark. Wait, that's... Without a word, Isaac grabbed Whisper's face and hurled the shadow forward. The two men remained locked in their heated argument, completely oblivious to Isaac's bizarre projectile move. Rei questioned the absurd demand. The tree has been dead 70 years. He's just a baby. Before 𝐼 could finish, a sudden rustling of vibrant leaves cut through the heavy silence. They turned to see the withered husk blooming with life, radiating and overwhelming. It lived. 𝐼 stood speechless. 𝐷's face turned pale and vacant. Even high-tier purification magic couldn't do that. How? How is this even possible? He stammered, but the answer was Isaac. He'd spotted the core issue and fixed it instantly. It was nothing. Just a bit of dark mana at the roots, so I fed it to Whisper. Whisper drifted back, patting its stomach. Mana absorbed, master. Honestly, I'm stuffed to the brim. It let out a massive, gusty burp. The blonde knight approached Rei, trembling with sheer awe. Lord Rei, how did you perform such a miracle? Rei simply replied, I did nothing. Confused, the knight shifted his gaze toward the silent, unassuming toddler. Our protagonist was busy grumbling, thinking that letting Whisper eat all that mana was a total waste. Whisper retorted with a sharp, Oh, you want me to puke it back up? Unaware of the bickering, the surrounding knights erupted into a thunderous cheer, nearly startling Isaac. Lord Isaac had performed the impossible. 𝐷's face contorted like a patient with 3 years of chronic constipation, refusing to believe his own eyes. Those absolute idiots, he spat. Not a single master in this clan could save the tree. There must be a hidden player involved. Before he could finish his rant, the thunderous cheers of the knights for Isaac drowned out his bitter voice. The hype was reeling, master. Isaac had moved from exorcism to purifying the world tree. He sat there looking like a true apex boss, seeing the crowd completely ignore his authority. That dog, 𝐷 clenched his fists in a silent rage, accusing Isaac of staging the whole miracle with the missing saintess's help, always with the dirty tricks. He barked, grabbing Isaac's collar with the face of a rabid hound ready to bite. This degenerate really needed to look in a mirror before accusing anyone else of playing foul. What are you rambling about? How could I possibly find a saintess who's been missing for years? As he countered, the surrounding knights grew restless, caught in the crossfire of this escalating family feud. Our protagonist watched the internal rift widen with sharp, calculating eyes. Melissa should have focused on her household instead of hunting demons. This family is a total wreck, and this guy looks nothing like her. I'm starting to suspect he's just some imposter in a cheap disguise. Likely a half-blood sibling, Whisper noted. Isaac's eyes widened as he clapped his small hands together in realization. Oh, you're right. He definitely has the same disgusting vibe as that trashy pope. Unaware of the roast, 𝐷 kept tightening his grip on the collar. "Stop playing dumb, you brat. You think I don't know you brought this bastard here to steal the next saint's position?" Knowing they were already candidates in the clan, Isaac felt a sudden surge of predatory interest. So, there are other rivals in this guild. And this lowlife wants his pawn to win the crown. Spotting that sinister glint in Isaac's eyes, Whisper leaned in to offer a warning. "You'll have to crush them all." Yet you look thrilled. Our main character responded with a sharp, cunning smirk. "Don't you think anyone supported by a guy like him must be just as rotten? Beating down trash like that will be pure therapy." Whisper nodded, acknowledging Isaac's twisted but solid logic. 𝐷's relentless barking finally pushed his brother to the breaking point. "Leave the boy alone, now. He is our blood, the son of our eldest brother, and the rightful heir to this entire clan." 𝐷 erupted into a mocking, high-pitched laugh. "The eldest brother? Don't make me laugh. He abandoned us when the family was in crisis. And now, you bring this kid back?" 𝐷's fury was peaking. Watching the meltdown, Isaac finally understood why he was being treated like a diseased outcast. "Aha, so that's why I'm the black sheep. My life really is one legendary drama." Isaac's tone was pure sarcasm. "Try not to talk about your own tragic life so indifferently, Master," Whisper chimed in. Suddenly, 𝐷 flashed a sinister, sleazy grin. "Perhaps this brat is the Saintess's child, but is probably just an illegitimate bastard you found in some gutter. He's got her pretty face, I'll give him that. He definitely looks like that woman. For the sake of the guild, I could sell him off to keep the bloodline useful." He laughed while revealing his dark thoughts, and that was the final straw for the man holding back. A heavy fist slammed directly into 𝐷's jaw. His nose shattered instantly, blood spraying as he collapsed, trembling in agony. "You dared to strike me. You thought you'd stay safe after barking such filth?" The air grew cold. Isaac watched the brothers brawl with pure, unadulterated joy. Yes, family bonding through violence. I love to see it. This chaos is perfect. The more this house fractures, the easier it will be for me to seize control. He pinned 𝐷 to the dirt, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes without hesitation. The surrounding knights couldn't take it anymore and rushed in to break them apart. "My lord, please stop this. Don't stop. Let this whole cursed family crumble to dust." Isaac giggled with a terrifying intensity. Whisper looked on with deep concern. "Think for a second. If this guild falls, you go down with it, right? Did your brain shrink along with your body?" The logic stung, leaving Isaac with nothing but a frustrated roar. Silence. Time skips forward as the scene shifts to a cold, massive council chamber. Isaac sits atop a grand table, his tiny face twisted in pure, unadulterated annoyance. Surrounding him, like vultures, are the high-ranking elders and power-hungry shadows of the clan. Scowling at the infant, they sneer. TCH, another son. What use is another useless male heir? Their venomous insults make Isaac's blood boil. "Is everyone in this family insane?" he laments internally. "Treating your own kin like trash. Typical degenerates." A voice cuts through the meeting, dripping with malice. "We accepted that woman as the Saintess. To think she'd spawn another redundant brat. She has no right to hold the Saintess title." Che. Suddenly, the woman presiding over the assembly speaks. "Quiet, we have decided. The child will be confined to a hidden annex, far from the public eye. This is the second matriarch, the wife of Lord Joshua. Currently wielding the clan's authority, Henna Joshua, glares at 𝐼𝐃, questioning why he was even brought back. So, she's the mastermind behind my exile, 𝐼𝐃 realizes. The one pulling the strings to dump me in the annex. And she's that bastard's mother. Nearby, 𝐅, the acting matriarch, asked you a question. Why aren't you answering? Turns toward 𝐷. Scanning the room, 𝐷 finally understands the toxic dynamic at play. He has departed the town, Hannah replies coldly. The situation regarding the SSS candidates is in total chaos. What a tragedy, 𝐷 sighs. Father should have heard that his grandson, 𝐼𝐃, just performed a miracle. He revived the divine tree. Silence falls instantly. The elders freeze, their eyes widening in shock at 𝐷's bold claim. They exchange frantic glances as the atmosphere in the room turns heavy with sudden tension. Pure coincidence, Goel erupts. How could a mere infant do that? It was clearly the result of the Joshua family's prayers finally working. An old hag quickly chirps in, nodding her head. Indeed, even the clan leader couldn't find a solution. How could this break? There is absolutely zero evidence. Exactly, Hannah sneers, her voice laced with mocking derision. Purely a stroke of luck. The other old fossils begin a chorus of denial, desperate to strip 𝐼𝐃 of any credit. The matriarch is right. A blessing, perhaps, but not the work of a child. Back to 𝐼𝐃's perspective, he's had more than enough of these arrogant fools. Since they want to play down his achievements, he decides it's time to teach these elders a lesson they'll never forget. Oh, you old geezers want evidence? He thinks. Then look closely. Feast your eyes on this. He extends his tiny hand. Suddenly, a brilliant blue energy begins to swirl and condense before everyone's eyes. The mana solidifies into a shimmering, radiant crystal. The elders bolt upright, gasping. This is divine energy. A collective cry of shock erupts as the air in the room becomes suffocatingly dense with power. It seems 𝐼𝐃 successfully extracted the corrupted mana from the divine tree. Even witnessing the miracle, some of the stubborn old men refuse to accept the reality of the situation. Impossible! We know the tree was corrupted, but a newborn baby, purging it. It's unheard of. A wise-looking old woman ponders the sight. Isn't it the only logical explanation? The child has literally manifested a physical form out of raw mana. Opposite her, a bearded elder adjusts his glasses. An exorcism method this potent, it's incredibly dangerous. A single mistake would have incinerated the tree. That's why the Lord chose a stable purification process. Shifting back to Goel, panic begins to set in. Seeing the council start to acknowledge 𝐼𝐃's monstrous talent, his face pales. What kind of nonsense are they babbling about? There's no way a baby could possess such power. 𝐷 steps forward, speaking up for his nephew. 𝐼𝐃 performed the mana exorcism through pure, raw instinct. This child is still being breastfed, yet he achieved what the Central Church couldn't do in 70 years. Hearing this, 𝐼𝐃 tilts his chin up, basking in his own glory. Only Goel remains in denial. He slams the table again, screaming like a madman. Do you truly believe this absurdity? An infant performing high-level exorcism. He can't even talk. If the world hears this, we'll become a laughingstock. Look at that brat. You expect us to believe a degenerate like him carries the noble 𝐷 bloodline? For all we know, he's just some nameless commoner. Silencing the room, I scanned the council with a piercing gaze. Elders, listen to me carefully. This child is a predestined saint, the future pope. He alone struck down the skeleton demon king. 𝐼 proclaimed, hoisting young Isaac's small body into the air. Isaac's expression soured instantly as he glared at the man. Asterisk, what the hell is he doing? Asterisk, you were doing great until you started overhyping me. Isaac raged internally while the elders began to reconsider. The skeleton demon king. The council spat, the name of that boss monster, tasting like bitter ash. Lady Henna smirked, her eyes cold with malice. You're just digging your own grave, asterisk. Sensing the tension, she interjected smoothly. If you're so confident, perhaps the boys should face a trial. Open the Holy Relic Vault. Meanwhile, in the northwest dark forest of the Hilla Holy Kingdom, it was a cursed land, choked by blackened thorns and the suffocating stench of ancient decay. Countless monsters lurked in the shadows, but today the hunters had become the hunters. What a disgusting mess! A man grunted. Suddenly, a long-haired knight rushed forward. I agree. Patriarchy knelt. Without turning, the man acknowledged the familiar voice of his subordinate. Report. The knight hesitated before speaking. Your representative has authorized the opening of the Holy Relic Vault. Damn them. I gave strict orders that the Holy See is forbidden from touching that place. His voice boomed with rage, but the knight quickly clarified, Sir, it wasn't the church's doing. Your nephew resurrected the World Tree. They're testing his hidden stats to see if he's a true saint. The patriarch froze, his sharp gaze shifting instantly. Repeat that. A saint. Impossible. That vault is a death trap for anyone but a saint. Stop this madness immediately. This was the absolute ruler of the 𝐷𝐤 clan. But a cold, commanding voice cut through the air from behind. No. Let the trial proceed. It was the clan's matron, former saintess, Melissa 𝐷𝐤, resurrecting the tree. How intriguing! Her eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. She had an even more exciting plan in mind. Since the vault is open, let every saint and saintess candidate enter. Let the strongest survive. The knight gasped in shock. My lady, outsiders might steal the clan's high-tier dropped items. Melissa simply smiled, her expression filled with a chilling and dark sense of anticipation. Let them try. If someone actually retrieves a relic, they might finally kill the skeleton demon king. But to make things interesting, we need a proper quest reward, don't we? She turned to the knight. Announce this. The child who retrieves the best treasure gets a divine reward. They will inherit the 𝐷𝐤 legacy. Give them everything. She spoke with a predatory grin, her excitement radiating through the cold forest air. The Holy Relic Vault was a place of both ancient legend and absolute terror. It held millennial secret arts and 𝐼 items guarded by a saintess. For the 𝐷𝐤 clan, only those under age 10 could enter, making it the ultimate awakening ritual for young candidates. The children would step into the darkness. The item retrieved would determine their future ranking tier, but the vault was a graveyard. After many candidate deaths, the 𝐷𝐤 clan sealed it away. Now then, let's see what happens next, a voice whispered in the dark. If my master survives and claims the treasure, Whisper giggled, making Isaac's skin crawl. Why, the history lesson though. I can see you're itching for a fight, aren't you, master? Isaac nodded silently. Deep inside that vault lay his true quest. His heart hammered against his ribs. The hunt was on, and his awakening was just beginning. Isaac's twisted expression makes Whisper recoil in hesitation. Before he can scheme further, the blonde knight hoists him up. Feeling hyped, young master? The matriarch has unlocked the family treasury for all potential candidates. Elite children from the 5 legendary clans are gathering for this awakening event. Even the Pope's cursed lineage is coming, but I'm certain you'll crush the competition. The knight tosses Isaac's small body playfully. Meanwhile, Whisper suspects the 𝐷𝐤 clan is planning something massive. For Isaac, this is perfect news. There is absolutely no reason for him to complain. The logic is simple. More people means more distractions for his ultimate goal. A crowd makes reclaiming my true body easier. Suddenly, Vi appears, catching Isaac with a confident smirk. Be careful, kid. Vicious demons captured from the front line are guarding the inner sanctum. Isaac freezes for a second, but his survival instincts quickly restore his cold confidence. Guardians? If they're rank 6 or lower, they're just stepping stones for my hidden stats. I'll just use subjugation. 𝐷𝐤 thoughts are cut short by a sudden revelation. 𝐼 places him in a cradle. And that rank 9 dragon is a nightmare. The blonde knight nods, solemnly, confirming the presence of a top-tier boss monster. Isaac stares blankly. From his perspective, the 𝐷𝐤 clan's logic has completely devolved into madness. Are they insane? What the hell is a rank 8 demon doing in a trial for kids? Even Whisper sighs, shaking his head. A ranked 9 dragon near children. The entire clan must be suicidal. Well, at least you're a dragon expert, Master, the dark cloud teases. But instead of confidence, he sees Isaac looking like he's just seen a ghost. The boy is trembling uncontrollably. This isn't just fear, it's a survival crisis. Damn it. Dragons are a different breed of danger. I've scammed those lizards too many times to count. Whisper's face pales. Scammed? Isaac mutters, his voice cracking. He vividly recalls the wrathful faces of the dragons. That bastard cheated hatchlings. What kind of junk did you sell to those kids? They weren't even 300 yet. We'll rip your soul apart, you rotten skeleton. Isaac shakes off the terrifying memory. Dragons have perfect memories and they hold grudges for centuries. They'll recognize my soul instantly. Hearing this, Whisper lets out a relieved breath. Sounds like a great time for me to find a new master. I heard that, you traitor. Isaac snarls. He's backed into a corner. Rank 6 monsters are one thing, but a rank 9 dragon is a death sentence. With his current power-up level, he can barely handle the rank 6 guardians. To survive, I need to rob the 𝐷𝐤 clan's mana core. Time to head to the annex. Isaac tightens his small fist, eyes burning with the resolve of a fallen king seeking revenge. Time flies. To pull off the mana core heist, our protagonist buries himself in intense study. However, his physical state is deteriorating rapidly under the pressure of his secret quest. Whisper watches with genuine concern. You look like you're about to be Isaac's face is gaunt. He's currently reading divine spells. How to dismantle the Bone King. Staring at the holy scripts, designed to destroy his very existence. Isaac loses his cool. Damn it, if I could just manipulate holy power, these tier 3 spells would be a joke. He grumbles, maybe I should just brainwash the priest and force him to teach me. Whisper claps his hands, instantly loving the idea of a dark power play. Oh, using black magic in the middle of a cathedral? Now that's a true villain move. You want to burn this place down and play the demon lord? Isaac stares at his degenerate subordinate, in disbelief. What happened to your personality over the last 150 years? Unable to grasp the complex theories, Isaac rubs his heavy eyes. Sleep is his greatest enemy right now. No matter how powerful his soul, his body is still just a toddler. Doi notices the yawn and picks him up. You look wiped out. I bet it was a hell of a day for a little guy. Isaac nodded internally. Listen, toddlers need 16 hours of sleep just to function. I leaned in close, activating a specialized reconstruction spell over Isaac's cradle. Instantly, a brilliant golden aura surged, enveloping Isaac's entire body in holy light. The exhaustion vanished instantly. His mind cleared, replaced by a surge of pure adrenaline. He felt like he could take down 10 bulls with one punch. Now, this is the power of magic. Show me an offensive spell next, Uncle. Isaac cheered internally, struggling to climb out. Whisper hissed a warning. Stay put. You need to reach the annex building immediately. You can't keep a low profile here forever. The reminder snapped Isaac back to reality. He dove back into the cradle, playing the innocent baby card to avoid suspicion. Just like that, the main character committed to his role as a sleeping infant. Whisper cringed at the terrible acting. That's the best performance you've got. Unbelievably, the two men fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Zero suspicion. He's out like a light. A genius kid is fast at everything, even sleeping. Are they insane? They actually bought that. Whisper screamed internally. Seeing Isaac asleep, I signaled the golden-haired knight to head out of the room. I should head to the training grounds now anyway, the knight replied with a nod. As they left, Isaac smirked. Mission accomplished. Only Whisper remained annoyed. Incredible. You actually fooled the whole lot of them, Whisper mocked sarcastically. But before they vanished, the knight dropped a bombshell that froze Isaac's heart. That totem looks dangerous. We should move it outside for safety. Agreed. It's Isaac's first treasure. Let's display it where everyone can see it. Isaac broke out in a cold sweat. Panic surged as his prize was hauled away. Hey, I still need to fix that. I haven't even drained the mana yet. The thought of losing his precious loot sent tears streaming down his face. The moment the door clicked shut, Isaac sprang up like a coiled spring. Despair turned into cold resolve. Fine, I'll just drain the annex's mana core instead. He gripped the cradle rails with tiny hands and hauled himself over the edge. Whisper stared at Isaac's stubby little legs with a look of pure skepticism. You really think you're making it to the annex with those legs today? Isaac brushed it off. Opened the door. Whisper. I've got a plan. Fine. But don't expect me to carry you there, Whisper grumbled. Whisper tried the handle, but his expression quickly sank. Bad news. That uncle of yours locked it. There's a mechanical lock and a magic seal outside. Isaac's face turned a deep shade of purple. That annoying geezer. Break it down. If I do, guards will swarm this place, thinking you're under attack. Whisper countered. His grand mana heist was dead on arrival. Isaac's rage reached its boiling point. He began pummeling the wooden door with his tiny, useless fists. I'm losing my mind. I can't stay trapped in here forever. If I use magic, things get worse. How do I get out of here? Suddenly, the door swung inward, sending Isaac's tiny body flying backward. A young boy with brown hair and piercing blue eyes stepped into the room. Why is this brat crawling around near the door? The boy muttered. Meet Suri Joshua, the 5-year-old prodigy candidate of the Joshua family. Isaac groaned, as he felt a warm, sticky liquid dripping from his nose. He wiped his lip and stared. A nosebleed. His eyes widened in pure shock. "Is this brat my enemy?" Whisper hissed, "He dared harm my master." Suri ignored the danger, clutching the demonic hand artifact in his left palm. Thinking to himself, a totem. Even I couldn't craft this. No way he did. I deserve sainthood. My ticket to freedom. Suri sneered, channeling his hidden holy power. A faint light flickered above him as he prepared a low-tier spell. Before he could cast, Isaac flicked a finger, telekinetically, smashing it into Suri's face, and instantly cancelling his magic casting. Isaac laughed. "Ha! Found my horse." "Who are you?" Suri barked. Isaac immediately recognized his arrogant lineage. "You look like that thug princess." "Definitely, her spoiled brat son. You tried to surge mana at me. You're in for it, kid." Isaac swung the toy like a machine, pummeling Suri into the dirt. Watching Isaac's savage enthusiasm for the beat, Whisper cheered. "Nice hit. Make this arrogant brat your loyal mount." Isaac grinned. Suri was a Saint Canadata potential high-tier awake. This kid wasn't going to be easy to bully forever. Suri focused his mana, manifesting a Tier 3 shield that repelled everything. Isaac looked surprised. "You think you're talented? Don't be so shocked. No one my age uses Tier 3 defense. It's over for you." Suri poured energy into his palms, activating Tier 3. 2 orbs of Asia light materialized, hurtling toward Isaac. "Die!" Suri screamed. Isaac watched the energy approach, and simply smirked. 2 holy light orbs. "Thanks for the free snack, you degenerate." A shimmering blue system barrier erupted. Suri's jaw dropped. The failure of his ultimate move brought tears. "How is your defense so high? No one taught you that spell." To Suri's horror, Isaac raised a hand, summoning dozens of energy orbs. With a cold gesture, Isaac commanded the swarm to rain down. A blood-curdling scream echoed as explosions rocked the entire training area. Whisper, worried Isaac killed him, whispered a quick system warning. "Master, killing a clan member is bad." Isaac just blinked. "Kill him, just a lesson." As smoke cleared, Suri lay there trembling. Not a single energy orb had actually struck the pathetic brat. Isaac was just playing. Suri feeling humiliated. You brat, you missed on purpose. No matter your skill, you can't touch a saint candidate like me." Before he could even finish his butt, a murderous aura rose. "You dare threaten my king." The source was the unsealed Dark Lich, radiating pure, legendary malice. Facing the terrifying boss, Suri collapsed to his knees. Isaac climbed onto the Lich's shoulder and smirked. "Now, take me." Suri panicked. "I'm the future saint. I was supposed to be pope. I was escaping this guild. But what is this monster kid?" Suri groaned inwardly. He was currently lugging Isaac on his shoulders, huffing and puffing like an overworked beast. But Isaac didn't care about his struggle. Our tiny protagonist gripped his toy, pointing forward while shouting. Hearing the command, Suri looked up with an expression of pure frustration. "Why am I doing this?" he questioned. "Do you even realize who I am?" Before the brat could finish, his loyal summon, the Shadow Lich. "Move, before I tear you into 100 pieces." Facing that terrifying threat, Suri gulped hard. Tears welled up in his eyes as he tried to keep his cool. I need to focus on surviving this first. Someone please save me, he thought as time ticked away. Perhaps the weight was too much. Because Suri's stumbling footsteps. Hey, do you have a death wish? 𝐼𝐴𝐃 snapped. Of course, from his infant body. The protagonist's sharp warning only came out as high-pitched baby babble. Suri was completely baffled. Where was this kid leading him in the dead of night? He let out another heavy sigh. A second later, the answer became clear. As the destination came into view, Suri's face turned deathly pale. This was the 𝐵𝐲 family's second 𝐼𝐴𝐃. Why would this crazy kid bring him here? Countless people had died within these walls, leading the head of house to forbid any entry. Suri's body shook with terror, but the master and servant duo only smirked. 𝐼𝐴𝐃 activated his sensory skills once more. Whisper leaned into 𝐼𝐴𝐃's ear. Master, dozens of experts spent decades of blood and sweat to gather the mana hidden here. Hearing that, a sinister, greedy grin spread across 𝐼𝐴𝐃's face. He immediately nudged Suri to move forward. Naturally, the terrified boy wasn't going to agree without a fight. You want me to go in there? No way. The adult said it's strictly forbidden. His protest was met by the Lich's terrifying gaze. Shut your mouth and keep walking, brat. Left with no choice under the threat of death. Suri reluctantly pushed the doors open and entered the eerie building. His ragged, heavy breathing was the only sound echoing through the cold and empty hallways. 𝐼𝐴𝐃 scanned the area, clicking his tongue in disappointment. Gee, the interior is even worse than I expected. Suddenly, 𝐼𝐴𝐃's eyes widened. His high-level perception had picked up on something hidden nearby. At that moment, Whisper returned from scouting. The entire building is under a seal. Every door has a barrier. What a hassle, 𝐼𝐴𝐃 grumbled, slumping lazily against Suri's head. Meanwhile, Suri was on the verge of tears. Let's just go back. Everything in here is locked up tight anyway. 𝐼𝐴𝐃 ignored the boy's whining. He grabbed Suri's hair like reins, steering him toward the portraits on the wall. Suri looked up in shock. Wait, these are the portraits of the former family heads. Are you already eyeing the succession? Give it up. I'm the one who will become the next head. Ignoring the chatter, the protagonist channeled mana into his toy. Heavy cannonball. Boom. The impact was so violent that the ancient portrait shattered. Suri's eyes nearly popped out. If the elders find out, I helped him trash these heirlooms. But the destruction was just beginning. 𝐼𝐴𝐃 began systematically obliterating every single portrait in the hall. Suri felt his blood run cold. Our ancestors. Have you completely lost your mind, you little monster? What are you doing to the lords? He cried. But 𝐼𝐴𝐃 wasn't causing chaos without a reason. He had realized that someone had hidden the barrier's core within those very paintings. Right on cue, Whisper returned to report. The seal has been successfully neutralized, my lord. 𝐼𝐴𝐃 couldn't hide his triumphant smirk. Perfect. Now, it's time to move out. Without warning, 𝐼𝐴𝐃 leaped off Suri's back and began rolling forward like a high-speed ball, leaving Suri panicking. Hey, where are you going? Are you insane? You can't just leave after making such a mess. Ignoring the screams, 𝐼𝐴𝐃 rolled with pinpoint accuracy, with glowing mana cores. Magnificent. Whisper lock. Behind him, a desperate Suri was still trying to catch up. Seeing the storage door slowly sliding shut, the boy screamed in horror. Hey, stop right there. A brat like you doesn't need to know, 𝐼𝐴𝐃 thought, his face twisting into a truly wicked grin. As the door clicked shut, Isaac's playful mask fell. "Time to begin," he whispered, his eyes turning cold and sharp. Dark mana surged from every corner, swirling like a vortex before being pulled into the protagonist's core. Outside, Suri pounded the door in a frenzy. "Isaac, get out here right now," he screamed, his voice trembling. "I'm telling the elders everything. You're getting kicked out." But Suri's threats were already far too late. He didn't need to report anything. The guild adults, led by the stern Dulé, had already arrived at the scene. "Suri, what exactly are you doing here?" A familiar, heavy voice came from behind, making the boy jump in terror. "Uncle, you're just in time. That little monster is—" Before he could finish his lie, an elder's sharp rebuke cut through the air. "What were you thinking, Suri? Forbidden ruins are off limits for a reason. Why on earth would you drag a baby like Isaac into this danger? Doesn't saw you carrying him here on your back. Do you think we're blind? Furthermore, we found traces of offensive holy magic in Isaac's room." The crushing pressure of the adults made Suri stammer. "I did bring him, and the magic was mine, but—" 𝐼 placed a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder. "Suri, you've crossed the line this time. Way too far. Bullying an infant who hasn't even been weaned. Where did you lock him away?" Realizing no one believed a word he said, the young bully broke down, tears of frustration streaming down his face. "I didn't lock him up. He went in himself." Suddenly, a heart-wrenching sob echoed from behind the door. Panic flashed in 𝐼's eyes as he rushed toward the entrance. "Isaac, are you in there, kiddo?" He pushed the door open to find Isaac huddled on the floor, looking utterly broken and weeping piteously. The sight of the trembling child horrified the onlookers. "Is he okay? Look at how terrified the poor boy is." 𝐼 scooped Isaac into his arms, comforting him. "You're safe now. He's shaken, but it seems he isn't hurt." He then shot a chilling glare at Suri. "You should be ashamed of yourself, Suri." Suri had 1,000 defenses ready, but looking at the room, he realized he was trapped in a nightmare. "It's not true, .. please," he whimpered. Meanwhile, in 𝐼's arms, Isaac let out a hidden, predatory smirk. "Thanks for the meal," Kid Isaac thought. "You provided a feast for my mana core." Seeing that sly look, Suri's despair instantly ignited into a white-hot. Isaac ignored the degenerate's tantrum. The mana harvest was incredible, better than any quest reward he had imagined. In a single session, he had absorbed mana equivalent to 100 years of grueling cultivation. "With this massive mana reserve, I can finally kickstart the real plan," Isaac plotted inwardly. A tiny, sinister giggle escaped his lips. 𝐼, however, thought he was shivering from trauma and hugged him tighter. "He's still so scared," 𝐼 sighed. Time flew by, and the sun rose on a new morning. 𝐼 approached Isaac with a young woman in tow. "Isaac, I have someone important for you to meet. This is 𝐼. From today onward, she will serve as your personal assistant and protector." The short-haired warrior knelt. "I am 𝐼, Holy Knight." "My life is yours." She bowed low, but Isaac just frowned. To him, a bodyguard was just another set of eyes to dodge. What a pain. Did they send a spy because of the incident yesterday? Isaac pointed a small, chubby finger at 𝐼. "Out of my sight?" He raised his tiny arms, trying to look like a menacing demon king to scare her off. The room went silent. Then, "Master 𝐼, can I please pinch his cheeks?" Her breathing grew heavy from the cuteness overload. Isaac sighed. Is everyone in this house insane? Moving on, I pulled a small ring from his pocket. And this is a special gift from your uncle. He held it out with a warm smile. Isaac reached for the rusted piece of metal, wondering if his uncle had literally fished it out of a dumpster. Even the system, spirit, whisper, cringed. Is the Joshua clan broke? This is beyond embarrassing. Calling this trash a first birthday present. My master deserves better than this garbage. But while they mocked it, Asili's eyes widened in pure shock. She recognized the legendary artifact immediately. Good heavens, is this truly the Saintess's legendary heirloom? Isaac's expression shifted instantly at the realization. He focused his gaze on the artifact, scanning for the hidden stats that made this relic so divine. Meanwhile, up petarded the protagonist's head, explaining he had to bypass the council to secure it for Isaac's. Ignoring the chatter, Isaac's sharp eyes confirmed the truth. This was an authentic, high-tier, S-rank item. It was the very ring used against him in his past life, pulsating with a faint, dormant holy power. It looked fragile enough to shatter after a few uses, but he knew exactly how to trigger its skill evil. Realizing he had just scored a legendary grade drop for free, the protagonist couldn't suppress a dark smirk. Suddenly, a wave of hostility hit him. Isaac narrowed his eyes at the source. The greedy, degenerate, the man's face twisted with envy. He glared at his young nephew as if plotting a cold-blooded betrayal. After Isaac whispered a sharp remark, Goal's killing intent, replaced by a sickeningly fake, joyful mask. Ha ha! My dear little nephew Isaac! Goodness, aren't you just the most adorable thing I've ever seen? I truly hope you find your stay here comfortable, he lied, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Witnessing this sudden, drastic personality shift. What the hell? This is repulsive. The boy screamed internally, while Whisper concluded that the man in front of them had finally lost his mind. Naturally, 𝐷 was scheming. His eyes were locked onto the filthy ring Isaac held, desperate to claim it. To understand his greed, we have to look back at the events from a short while ago. He had secretly sabotaged the blessing device in the Holy Vault. He never expected the council to replace a simple blessing with a priceless heirloom of the Saint. The matriarch laughed, while the cheerful Dulé handed the legendary ring over to the young boy. 𝐷 stood nearby, paralyzed with shock. That treasure should have belonged to my son. The fool began to plead for the item, but the matriarch simply waved him away like a bothersome fly. Give it to Sai. Didn't he already receive the cathedral's blessing? Stop being so greedy and get out. Recalling that humiliation, 𝐷's rage boiled over, and he ground his teeth until they audibly creaked. He intended to donate it to the church while pocketing it himself. Convinced the brat didn't know its value. Activating his acting skills, 𝐷 lowered his voice to a tone of fake pity and disappointment. Tis, if you were picking a gift, you should have chosen something useful. That thing is utterly worthless. How can you speak of the Saintess's item like that? I questioned. In response, 𝐷 pulled out a small case. Isaac is my precious nephew too. I can't stand seeing him hold on to such a useless piece of junk. This ring here was blessed directly by the High Temple. It's far more effective for a growing hunter. This is a luxury item you'll never see again. Now, kid, hand over that dusty old ring. He dangled the shimmering bait, waiting for Isaac to fall for the swap and hand over the heirloom. If Isaac were a normal child, he surely would have been dazzled by the glittering light of 𝐷's ring. Unfortunately for the villain, trapped inside this tiny body was the soul of the legendary Demon King. Sensing the trap immediately, Isaac didn't waste words. He delivered a metaphorical slap to the man's face. Asterisk, this trash reeks of the Pope's disgusting scent. Get it out of my sight before I lose my temper. Without hesitation, Isaac tossed 𝐷𝐴l's ring box straight into the deep fountain, sending the man into a panic. 𝐷𝐴l shrieked at his servants in a desperate frenzy. What are you doing? Dive in and find it now. From 𝐼's perspective, it seemed the boy didn't fully realize the Saintess's ring was the superior treasure. That ring was worth 1,000 times more than the one I gave you. Seeing the protagonist's bright smile, 𝐷𝐴 was moved and began tossing the boy into the air with joy. Isaac, my favorite nephew. From now on, I'll make sure you only get the very best items. All hail young Master Isaac. Meanwhile, 𝐷𝐴l's men were frantically splashing in the water, finding absolutely nothing. It's too deep, Master. I don't care. Find it, even if you have to stay down there forever. 𝐷𝐴l roared in fury, while Isaac watched their pathetic struggle with a cold, triumphant smirk on his face. I cast a heavyweight spell on it. They'll never find it. Whisper gave him an impressed look of pure approval. Typical Master, refusing to even graze that repulsive piece of filth. Truly admirable. Whisper smirked, before adding, Fine. Just retrieve it tomorrow morning. Isaac's cold gaze cut through the air. Whisper's expression instantly twisted in shock. Me? Retrieve that, he mused. Selling it is the plan. Time flew. Unable to locate the ring, 𝐷𝐴l vented his fury on his desk. That degenerate brat. Does he even realize the value of that artifact? No matter, the ring's hidden stats only activate for those without holy arts. It requires absorbing the holy force of 20 souls, an impossible quest. I doubt even 10 people will show up for that loser's birthday. 𝐷𝐴l relished the thought of a deserted party, but reality shattered his petty delusions. The next day, Isaac's birthday banquet erupted with an unexpected, vibrant energy. Inside the VIP lounge, 𝐼 pulled our main character into a tight embrace. She peered outside. Incredible. Over 4,000 guests, including 148 Saintess candidates. Every great ducal house is present, along with dozens of high-ranking Marquis families. Even the emperor and foreign dignitaries have sent their top-tier Saintess representatives. Isaac let out a heavy sigh, looking like a burnt-out hunter after a raid. He wanted a crowd for his plan, but this turnout was reaching boss-level proportions. Why are there so many Saintess candidates? Did the gods just spam their blessings? Sounds like something they do, Whisper nodded. Even the system-aware 𝐷𝐴l was stunned. I didn't anticipate this. I figured they'd suspect a trap and stay away. Suddenly, the door swung open as a jovial voice echoed through the room. They'd never call this a trap. My friend, it's been far too long. This man was a powerhouse head of a top merchant guild. Recognizing the voice, I turned in surprise. Simon, you actually made it here? Of course. Rumors of this event have spread through the empire like wildfire. No one wants to miss the legendary gamble the Joshua family head just placed. Even the high-ranking papal lineage is rumored to be joining the fray. He spoke with a grin, leaving everyone wondering what the grand stakes were. 𝐼 shook his head dismissively. Stop talking nonsense. The papal faction would never attend. Simon shrugged. Probably right. Those arrogant royals loathe the Joshua family's commoner territory. They despise this place, and everyone in it, except for the Beres family. 𝐼 hissed, "Keep your voice down, Simon." But Simon just laughed it off. "Why, my son Armin is a Saintess candidate too. This is a Joshua event. The church has no jurisdiction here, but still, watch your tongue, are warned again." Simon waved him off. "Forget those zealots. They always look like they've stepped in filth." Before he could finish, a sharp, cold voice cut through from the doorway. "They say a vulgar friend is the greatest danger. The ancients were truly wise." Simon's bravado vanished instantly. He shrank back, losing all his previous confidence. Even Whisper felt a chill. Cardinal Hay stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with malice. "To think the weaklings of the Joshua clan would host such a massive gathering. I hope your awakened child brings out a holy relic to save your reputation. I'm dying to see this supposed saint candidate everyone is whispering about. Regardless, I'll pray your candidate manages to salvage what's left of your family name." His words sounded like a blessing, but his face told a story of dark intent. As met Hay's gaze, a crushing, invisible pressure began to weigh down the room. Is the Holy See running some kind of scam? Saint candidates jumped from 25 to 148 in 1 week. It's beyond suspicious. The only explanation is that the church is turning a blind eye to these mysterious new candidates, appearing out of nowhere. Every parent wants their child to be a saint. Once inside the holy vault, they'll stop at nothing to eliminate the competition. In the middle of all that chaos, they might actually try to kill the boy. If that happens, Isaac is a sitting duck. His uncle sighed, watching the boy casually pick his nose. Aside from the Joshua family name and his striking looks, the kid seemed like a total degenerate, completely useless. However, to those hunting for the Joshua bloodline or looking to suck up to the Pope, this useless child was the perfect prey. Their plan was simple. Mess with the Joshua boy just enough to break him. Don't kill him, just ruin him. Lace his water with laxatives and high-grit holy poison. Teach him how cruel the world is. Turn him into a laughingstock so the world knows a Joshua can never be a saint. At least, those were the twisted instructions some villains gave to their own children. But right now, the scene unfolding before their eyes has left every child in the room speechless. Isaac had already chugged 10 bottles of poison without showing a single negative symptom. Just how many bottles has he had? One kid stammered in pure confusion. Isaac finished another, hurled the empty bottle at a brown-haired kid. This week, Toxin isn't doing anything. Again, give me another one. He waved the empty bottle like a madman, sending the surrounding children scrambling back in terror. The brown-haired boy burst into tears, begging to go home, while a white-haired child whispered to his friend, "What's wrong with him? I thought you put the laxatives in that one." The blonde kid panicked. I must have grabbed the wrong bottle." The whispers grew louder, but nothing escaped the sharp ears of young Suri, who buried his face in his hands. Why does he keep drinking the drugged ones? This is so embarrassing. He's dragging the Joshua name through the dirt. Something is seriously wrong with this saint candidate. Unable to contain his rage, Suri finally snapped. Suri marched up to Isaac, snatched the bottle from his hand, and barked at him. "Stop drinking. Don't you feel anything? If you're thirsty, drink this." He shoved a clean, safe bottle toward Isaac. Unfortunately, Suri's concern was completely misplaced. To our protagonist, that poison was the ultimate power-up. Having his supplements snatched away was unacceptable. Isaac hurled the clean water back at Suri's face and turned to scream at the other children. "That's not the toxic one. Give me the super... Hand it over." He ranted like a lunatic, leaving the kids around him completely baffled by his bizarre demands. They just stood there frozen, wondering why anyone would be this hyped to drink literal death. Nearby, a trembling boy held up a vial. "This is holy poison." A girl gasped in horror. "Are you crazy? If he drinks that, it's game over for real." At the mention of holy poison, Isaac's eyes lit up like stars. He lunged forward instantly. "Give it here, now." A chaotic scuffle broke out as they fought over the toxin. The other children were too smart to get involved, huddling together to gossip instead. He must have insane poison resistance. "I heard only high-ranking saint disciples can neutralize toxins like that." "What, you think he's already at that level? But why only the poisoned bottles? Maybe he's drinking them so nobody else gets hurt, is he? Sacrificing himself for us." On the other side of the room, Suri was slumped against the wall, looking like a man who had lost all faith. Hearing the other kids talk about Isaac like he was some hero made his head spin. Suddenly, a boy in white robes approached Suri. "You think that degenerate is sacrificing himself?" Suri looked up and froze. He recognized that face immediately and his blood ran cold. "𝐷𝐸𝐻, what is the Pope's own family doing here? This was never part of the plan." Suri froze in sheer terror. "That boy. He's 𝐷𝐸𝐻, a direct descendant of the Pope's bloodline." The other children quickly realized Kian's identity. Shock and awe washed over their young, innocent faces. Wait. Why is the Pope's family inside the Saintess's secret treasury? Well, the game is over. We already know who the winner is going to be. Meanwhile, our main character had already crushed his foe. He sat casually on the loser's back, enjoying that deadly poison like a luxury drink. He glanced over at Kian. "So, this is the golden boy guaranteed to become the next saint. But that pure hair color, is that even possible for the Beres family? Is he using some kind of dye? Every other member of that clan has hair the color of literal trash." Just then, young Suri began to explain exactly why he had shown up there. Is it really that strange for the Pope's kin to enter the Saintess's vault? The Pope leads every sect, so these treasures naturally belong to our family. "I'm just claiming what's mine." The brat's arrogant words left the others confused, while Isaac simply smirked with pure, visible disdain. Just look at the way he talks. Such insufferable pride. He's definitely a Beres, but he's a total monster. That passive mana resistance, it already rivals a high-ranking bishop. No wonder he's the #1 candidate for the Saint Awakening. Up front, Kian started his little performance, acting like a hero while looking down on the rest. Using cheap tactics to insult the host. "You call yourselves saint candidates? How pathetic, bullying a helpless baby for fun. An infant can't resist poison. He must be under the Saintess's divine protection right now." He spoke softly while sitting before Isaac. Isaac sighed, thinking how his family had inherited nothing but stupidity. Unaware of the mockery inside Isaac's head, Kian gathered 2 spheres of holy power. "Poor thing," he whispered. "Let me purify that poison for you." As the holy light gathered in Kian's palms, the surrounding kids gasped in absolute amazement. He can use purification skills already. Look at that mana density. That's at least rank level 5. Isaac instantly saw through the act. He knew exactly why this brat wanted to heal him so badly. Aha, this kid is trying to use me as a prop to show off his skills. You're clever, I'll give you that. But it's not going to happen today. Isaac didn't hesitate to ruin the plan. He raised a tiny hand and delivered a massive slap across Kina's face. The impact was so sudden that Kina's holy power shattered. The divine light completely vanished. His holy power... It's gone. A brown-haired boy yelled. Even Kina stood there, paralyzed by total confusion. My holy power. Neutralized. Could a mere infant be stronger than me? A lowly insect from the 𝐷𝐤 clan. Kina clenched his fists, his eyes burning with sudden, intense hatred. Noticing the murderous glare, our protagonist didn't back down. He stared Kina right in the eyes. What are you looking at, kid? I'll crack your skull open with this bottle. Before he could finish, Suri rushed in, desperately grabbing Isaac to hold him back. No, stop this. He screamed as the crowd looked on with disgust. Is he protecting him just because they're family? That baby just slapped his savior. How incredibly disrespectful and ungrateful. Do they really think they can challenge the Pope? Does he think he can actually protect that brat? The insult didn't stop, making Isaac's eyes flare with rage. Suri cursed the idiots under his breath. You morons! If it weren't for me, you'd all have broken skulls by now. Kina took a deep breath, quickly regaining his fake composure to play the mediator. It's fine. I must have startled him. After all, he's just a baby. Good luck to the 𝐷𝐤 children. Try to scavenge some scraps to save your family's face. But obviously, the ultimate treasure will be mine. The 𝐷𝐤s wouldn't even dare to approach the Skeleton King's corpse. With that final insult, Kina walked away. Watching him leave, Suri's frustration finally boiled over. What an obnoxious brat. Always causing a scene for no reason at all. Ignoring the chaos, Isaac grabbed Suri's hair. The Skeleton King's corpse. Kina panicked at Isaac's sudden madness. What the hell is wrong with you? Stop pulling. The Lord promised a reward for the Skeleton King's body. Suri's words hit Isaac hard. Cold rage instantly consumed his entire being. Melissa, are you mocking me? Time passed, while the other kids chatted aimlessly. Isaac sipped toxic fluid, reminiscing about his past life and former glory. Centuries of accumulated mana lay dormant within this soul. Reaching level 10 would be easy if these brats weren't watching my every move. Infuriated, Isaac scanned the room with the eyes of a cold-blooded predator. The children shrank back in terror. Even Suri trembled under his intense pressure. Realizing rage was useless against children, his killing intent slowly began to fade. He tossed the bottle aside. Fine. Whoever blocks my path will be crushed. Suddenly, a bishop entered the hall to address the gathered young candidates. Gather around. You're departing soon, so listen closely to my final instructions. He droned on about relics. Isaac was bored by the ancient history lesson. He's still babbling. We'll never leave at this rate. Too boring. I'm out. Isaac crawled away, much to Suri's confusion. Wait, hey, where do you think you're going? Isaac didn't answer. He shot forward like a truck, leaving only dust behind. Young Lord Isaac... Suri stammered, stunned by his inhuman speed. This was divine flighter, sacred technique used by an infant to move like lightning. Time to test this newly awakened holy art. He accelerated even faster. Behind him, the elder screamed in pure terror. Isaac, stop. That's the forbidden zone. You'll trigger every trap in the vault. The warning terrified the children. Their faces turned pale with fear. Stop that madman. Back at the 𝐷𝐤 banquet, the atmosphere grew tense. The knight Asili sat in silence, praying for the young master's safety. I hope the young master remains unharmed during this dangerous trial. A servant brought a mana orb. The connection to the vault is live. Tracking candidates via spirit beasts. Ranking and status updates are now live. The first vault door is open, in third place. Armon 8. Simon clenched his fist, roaring with pride. That's my son, the announcer continued. In second place is 𝐼-𝐃-𝐿, and, in first place, 𝐼-𝐃-𝐿. Back in the vault, Isaac moved like a machine. He was a blur of motion. The elder trailed behind, gasping for breath. The old man could only howl in a fit of hopeless desperation. Isaac, please, not that way. You're triggering even more lethal traps. Before he could finish, the elder stepped on a trap and was struck by lightning. The elder's warning had been terrifyingly accurate. Isaac triggered a cascade of traps, sending the children into a total panic. Sori watched Isaac's receding back and screamed, "That lunatic is going to kill us." The trial was already deadly. Now they had 2 dodge traps meant for intruders. Using inhuman agility, Isaac reached the doors of the second archive. System. Second archive activated. Isaac vanished inside. Suri's desperate cry echoed from the darkness behind him. "Hey, Isaac, don't go in there!" Ignoring the warning, the chatterbox whisper appeared, giving Isaac a look of pure admiration. Magnificent. Master, thanks to the mana you absorbed in the mansion, my system level has finally evolved. Perfect. That means I can work you even harder now. Now, go hunt them all down. He barked the order, and the jabbering whisper immediately obeyed. Understood, my lord. With a blurred motion, his shadow-like form lunged backward. Nearby, the other kids were clueless about the impending doom. Man, this is tough. No wonder the saints are so broken. Just as the words left his mouth, a brown-haired boy spotted something bizarre. Wait, isn't that the trashy kid? The others turned their gazes, witnessing a scene that defied all logic. Somehow, Suri's body was levitating helplessly in midair, defying the laws of gravity. Confusion hit them. Yeah, isn't his name Shu or something? How the hell is he flying? Must be some secret family trait. Meanwhile, Suri could only groan at their sheer stupidity. Idiots. They didn't teach me this. I'm being kidnapped here. I'm floating out of control. Put me down. Suri felt his luck had hit rock bottom since meeting this monster. Whisper dragged the flailing Suri before Isaac. Master, I've successfully captured the messenger, as you requested. On the floor, Suri gripped his fists and screamed, Isaac, stop this madness right now. You survived the first heavenly archive, but the second one is a death trap for any hunter. You'll face your worst nightmares. You must choose the hardest path to trigger a skill evolution. Isaac looked at the nagging brat, his ears practically itching from the constant whining. To shut him up, Isaac discharged a bolt of lightning, temporarily paralyzing the noisy kid. You're too loud. Just tell me what hidden items are tucked away in this archive. Suri groaned weakly. Listen. Once inside, never attack the enemy. It's too dangerous. Just don't strike them. Isaac's brow furrowed in confusion. What kind of nonsense are you barking about now? Why can't I attack? Total annihilation is the only way to clear a rank 2 dungeon. Whatever appears, just stand still for 3 minutes. If you don't understand this, we're both dead meat. Suri's voice was desperate, pleading. Yet, his request sounded like a joke to a warrior. A test of patience. Are you mocking me? Isaac whispered, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Suri began to sob. I'm serious. People have actually died, trying to be heroes here. Seeing the pathetic wreck, Isaac sighed. Fine. Just don't attack, right? Easy as pie. 3 minutes is nothing. Isaac crawled toward the stone portal, placing his small palm against the surface. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical system notification echoed through everyone's minds. Welcome to the Hall of Serenity. Patience is the ultimate logic. Your endurance shall be the key that unlocks the light. The heavy stone doors groaned open, revealing a blinding radiance. Meanwhile, Kian was leading a small group on a detour. A black-haired boy looked nervous. Hey, are you sure about this? We're trailing at the very back. We're in last place, Kian. Don't you realize how bad this is? Kian smirked deviously. There's zero reason for us to take the high-risk path ourselves. Those meat shields will clear the way. Plus, a rank 8 demon is guarding that second entrance. The fruit runners will definitely get slaughtered there. The true trial has begun. Kian pointed ahead to where a brilliant pillar of light was erupting into the sky. Back at the door, a handsome man with a divine, friendly aura stepped out from the light. He smiled warmly at the group. Fear not, your patience will guide you Before the godlike entity could even finish his first sentence, Isaac unleashed a devastating lightning strike. To hell with that. What the hell are you? Suri watched in pure horror. Isaac had promised to wait 3 minutes, yet he attacked instantly. But now, the tables have completely turned. 3 minutes? Forget it. Isaac can't even wait 3 seconds. Heaven help us, he's truly lost it. Suri wails. Isaac cracks his knuckles, irritation flaring. Patience is impossible once you've seen the face of a god. Whisper that chatterbox actually agrees. I'd say 3 seconds was far too long already. Because Isaac dared to strike at divinity, a cold system voice echoes. Divine retribution shall descend upon those who cannot endure. A massive wooden golem stomps out from the chamber. Its core glows with the heat of molten lava. Staring at that towering mountain of wood and stone, Suri's last shred of hope vanishes. He collapses, his body trembling uncontrollably. We're dead meat. While Suri despairs, Isaac focuses his mana, his arm vibrating with raw, concentrated power. He thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a devastating pillar of pure destructive energy. The light screams through the air, punching a hole straight through the golem's massive torso. Before it can even swing, the giant is scrap metal. Behind him, Suri is absolutely speechless. What in the world? The boy screams, his brain failing to process the sight. Isaac curiously approaches the wreckage. Upon closer inspection, the design sends a chill down his spine. An 8-star rank. Are you kidding me? It belongs to one of my subordinates. The 14 𝐼-𝐑𝐚𝐧𝐤 elite guard. This is their signature spellwork. Are they serving the Joshua clan like dogs? Or is this place linked to my original body? I have to see for myself. A burning urge to uncover the truth consumes Isaac's mind. Just as Isaac moves, Suri calls out in a panic. Where are you going? Before Isaac can answer, an annoying, mocking laugh echoes from the shadows. Haha, I didn't think these Joshua brats would actually be useful to me. A red-haired boy emerges from the brush, leading a pack of smug-looking followers. See, I told you, the Rotsuwa family would know the secret to clearing this trial. Thanks for clearing the gatekeeper, losers. Now move, We're taking the second vault first. It's 𝐼-𝐃𝐃, the arrogant third son of a duke. His lackeys immediately begin barking insults at Isaac. You have no idea how much trouble that little oaf caused us. One wrong move and he'd trigger every trap. Isaac scans the group, surprised so many survived. Still, this many survivors? Nia points a finger at Suri. I knew the Rotsuas were up to no good. Suri, you're working with this freak, aren't you? Suri's face goes blank before he frantically denies it. With him? No way. I said no. Are you even listening to me? Ignoring him, the redhead turns to the crowd. You all saw him dodge those traps. You think a kid did that alone? He spots the ring around Isaac's neck. Ah, look. An artifact. This ring is the key to bypassing everything. With this, the path ahead is ours. Nia gloats, showing off the stolen prize to his cheering comrades. Suri, however, feels a cold sweat. He knows Isaac's explosive temper all too well. There's no way Isaac would let someone just rob him. But strangely, the boy remains dead silent. He's not the type to just roll over. Something is definitely wrong here. Suri stares at Isaac, trying to decipher the dark plan brewing behind those calm eyes. Unaware of the danger, Nia marches toward the inner door, shoving Suri aside like trash. Joshua, family trash. You'll retrieve the Skeleton King's remains for me. I'll be the hero. The arrogant duke's son laughs, stepping through the doorway, but his luck just ran out. His first step hits a pressure plate. The stone floor sinks with a sickening click. Suddenly, a violent explosion rocks the corridor. Screams of agony fill the air. Traps. Oh, it's a massacre. What was that? Suri finally understood why Isaac let those fools steal the ring. He was using those brats as human bait all along. Time passed. Once the explosion settled, Suri carried Isaac into the second vault. The floor was littered with fallen children, their fates unknown in the carnage. Isaac smirked coldly at the scene. The pawns fulfilled their quest perfectly. The mines are cleared, thanks to them. But why are these survivors following me? Behind Isaac, 3 clever kids survived by avoiding the initial trap. This annoyed our protagonist. He needed to reclaim his original skeleton body alone. Having these brats tailing him made his secret maneuvers nearly impossible. While Isaac was irritated, the kids watched in awe. He has God-tier sensory traits. The brown-haired boy nodded, convinced they were following a legend. The ring was just bait. A noble family like his wouldn't play unfair. Isaac overheard their misplaced admiration with cold indifference. The system spirit snickered. Master, they've finally recognized your greatness. Simply marvelous. Isaac gnashed his teeth. I don't want recognition from these degenerates. Seeing the kids praise a monster, Suri offered a silent prayer for them. Run now. This kid is more terrifying than any boss monster. Remembering his own trauma, Suri's eyes began to well with tears. A long-haired boy stepped forward. If a saint exists, it's definitely you. I am Paris Julius, second prince of Julius. Honored to meet a Joshua. The others whispered. That kingdom lies east of the holy state of. Rumors say their prince received a divine blessing at birth. Isaac noted the intel, evaluating the hidden potential of these annoying He might be useful. Soon, Suri carried Isaac to another massive stone gate. Suri stopped, his breath heavy. Isaac, we've reached the third vault entrance. Suddenly, a cold system announcement echoed through the dark chamber. Candidates, welcome to the memory floor. Prove your resolve and courage now. two golden portals manifested. Angelic guardians stepped forth. Suri trembled as the pressure intensified. All right, we can finally move toward the next floor. The kids cheered. Following him was right. We'll reach the Demon King's remains. A simple quest, the Guardian boomed. Defeats us to claim your glory. The kids panicked. Courage. Does that mean we have to fight these entities? Isaac what? His eyes scanning for hidden patterns in the Guardian's stance. With a single glance, the protagonist activated his high-level observation skill. That portal, ... I see. This trial is going to be quite entertaining. Isaac smirked and raised a small hand to halt the kids behind him. Suri was stunned, but he chose to trust Isaac's cold, calculated judgment. The protagonist's instincts were never wrong in this tower progression. The Guardians are lying. Vault 1 was choice. Vault 2 was composure. Isaac wasn't calm then. This third trial is all about memory. Recall the previous hints. Don't attack. Isaac signaled for a retreat. Suri's jaw dropped in disbelief. What, is he actually picking the right answer? Has the Saintess's noble trait finally awakened in this degenerate soul? Perhaps I've completely misunderstood Isaac's true nature this whole time. Maybe he'll sacrifice himself for the greater good, Suri mused, only to regret that thought a second later. Because right then, Isaac condensed a massive mana orb and blasted the gatekeeper straight in the face. The surprise attack was absolute. It left both Suri and the Guardian stunned. You've made a fatal mistake, human. The gatekeeper's voice rumbled with fury as he slammed his staff down. Tier 4 Inferno. Violent explosions tore through the corridor while the terrified children cried out for their parents in agony. Looking at Isaac's twisted grin, Suri realized the truth. He was using the Guardian to cull the competition. This was insane. Was this his plan all along? The guy was a complete degenerate. From the protagonist's perspective, Isaac saw right through the gatekeeper's illusions with a single glance. It's been a while. They were just puppets woven from the dark magic of the 14 high demons. Let's show these brats how cruel this world really is, Isaac cackled. Meanwhile, Suri could only let out a heavy, soul-tired sigh. How could I ever think Isaac had changed? And where did the others go? They were just here. The kids frantically scanned the area, but the thick smoke and debris burned their eyes, blinding them. Honestly, even with perfect vision, these low-ranking candidates wouldn't have spotted a single thing. Isaac had already activated a rank 6 holy art, invisible presence to hide himself and his driver. My uncle gave me this spell for emergencies. And what a perfect time to use it. Isaac's eerie laughter sent shivers down Suri's spine. Suddenly, Prince Paris stepped forward into the haze. Thank you for shielding me as well. Whatever, here, take this. Isaac tossed him his own saint's ring. Paris was so moved, he actually started tearing up. What is this? A ring? Are you giving this to me because I'm not used to demons? Thank you so much. I won't forget this kindness. I'll make sure my father hears of it. Before he could finish, the ring began violently devouring Paris's holy power at an alarming rate. In a mere heartbeat, the glorious prince was drained, until he looked like a shriveled piece of jerky. His cheeks sunk in, making Suri scream in horror. While Whisper laughed hysterically at Isaac's brilliance. That's my master. The prince's high-tier holy power now belongs to us, Our protagonist grinned. Seeing that wicked smile, Suri truly feared for the future of their clan. What kind of monster did his uncle bring home? As time ticked on, the high-ranking heirs ran with desperate speed. They regained their composure, barking orders to counter the dual gatekeepers. Who has a holy shield? I'll deploy the barrier. A brown-haired boy yelled. Then get behind me. The black-haired youth replied. At that moment, one of the demon guardians locked its predatory gaze onto the pair. Accept your pathetic failure. It roared, charging forward to annihilate them both. But this was exactly what the children planned. Now, strike while his guard is down. As the black-haired boy shouted, the golden-haired youth lunged forward, ready to unleash his ultimate skill. But suddenly, the brilliant orb of golden energy in his hand. Nothingness. The brown-haired boy collapsed instantly, leaving his partner to spin around in sheer panic. Hey, what's wrong? What the hell is happening to everyone? He was too bewildered to notice the mysterious ring creeping. 2 seconds later, he was drained dry. Even the demon gatekeeper stopped, confused by the bizarre sight. It halted its assault, scanning the room for the source of this strange phenomenon. Did someone else fall for our trap? Isaac, still invisible, silently retrieved his gluttonous ring. Whisper chirped happily, providing the status report. On the stolen power. The ring has fully absorbed their holy essence, Master. On to the next target, Isaac commanded. Following Isaac's sinister command, Whisper moves in, using the ring to drain every drop of holy power from the exhausted children. A truly degenerate move. Whisper feels a flicker of mock pity. Don't feel too bad, little ones. Being powerless is safer than being broken. Master, the harvest is nearly complete. Suddenly, the air fractures. Whisper senses a massive surge of holy energy. A glowing sphere manifests, radiating a power level that defies Whisper's sensing traits. The energy mass lunges forward like a guided missile, slamming into the gatekeeper demon and drawing a soul-piercing shriek of agony. The shockwave blasts Whisper back. Emerging from the dust, Kina approaches with the cold eyes of a high-tier hunter. Somehow, he pierces their Found you, Isaac Rosa. Isaac's annoyance peaks. The genius brat finally crawled out of the shadows to ruin the moment. Interesting. While Isaac remains unfazed, Suri trembles at the raw power radiating from Kina's awakened state. A total monster. Summoning a high-rank holy spirit at that age is pure insanity. Behind Kina looms a massive hawk-like divine beast, its presence suffocating the entire area. Impressive, Kina. I didn't think anyone else here could actually clear these mobs. Or did you just trap these kids to do your dirty work again? Before he can finish, a drained survivor stands up to defend Isaac's honor. No, he risked everything for us. He even pointed us toward the safe zone. He's our savior. Whisper almost bursts out laughing at their blind, pathetic loyalty. Ah, the beauty of a submissive spirit. Even Isaac shakes his head. These kids are completely brainwashed by Isaac. Kina mocks the survivors, looking down on their desperate need for a hero. Saint Candidates, you're a disgrace for needing help from a low rank. Nobody like him. A black-haired boy snaps, his eyes blazing with hidden rage at the insult. You hid while we bled. You did nothing while we cleared the traps. The other children join in, their resentment toward the elite genius. They glare at Kina's group. He's right. You're not the hero here. Isaac is more of a saint than you. Our families will hear of your cowardice. You're useless. Ajax was the one who actually led us. Following house, 𝐷𝐚𝐧𝐤 is the only path. Without them, we'd be dead meat. Isaac wears a satisfied smirk. His reputation stats are skyrocketing exactly as planned. Suri screams internally. He's just using you as pawns. This wicked degenerate is playing you all for fools. Suddenly, a massive quake shatters the argument as the ground begins to heave. A giant sphere of blinding light and an ancient stone gate. Is that the third archive? The kids whisper, their eyes fixed on the legendary door. The second trial is officially cleared. The golden orb vibrates with a booming, divine voice. Congratulations, candidates. You have survived the second gate. I am the final guardian. Choose now, claim your loot, and leave this place. Or face the trial of the third archive. Choose wisely, mortals. Victory grants ultimate power. Failure results in immediate death. The chilling ultimatum freezes the children's hearts, ending all thoughts of treasure. Whisper's sensing skill picks up a terrifying mana signature and warns Isaac. Isaac nods calmly. I know. That's no 𝐅-𝐑𝐚𝐧𝐤, a dragon. It's been a while since I've seen a monster like that. His warnings about death were likely no joke. Anticipating the dangerous hidden stats ahead, Isaac's gaze turned sharp and serious. After a tense silence, several children gritted their teeth. We've survived too many dungeons to quit now. Exactly. If we claim the loot from the third archive, we'll ascend as legendary saints. The promise of a power-up acted like a stimulant. I want that divine treasure. Just like that, the entire group of degenerates agreed. No one dared to retreat from this quest. The gatekeeper stopped wasting his breath on warnings and nodded coldly to the group. So you seek the trial despite the risk of annihilation. You who wish to become saints, listen. This final challenge is quite simple. Offer your absolute praise to your God. Suddenly, a massive divine statue crashed down. Benevolent grace. The children gasped, shocked that this third trial seemed like such an easy system quest. Another statue? Is this our deity? The group asked, completely bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. The gatekeeper clarified, show your devotion. Only those with proven faith can enter the third archive. Hearing this, the kids huddled together, looks of pure relief washing over their faces. So we just kneel and pray. Is that really it? Someone asked, hoping for a quick win. But one sharp kid grew suspicious. Wait, this is a final trial. It shouldn't be this simple. Isaac stared at the stone figure, his face twisting with a disgust that burned like hellfire. Not a chance. I will never bend my knee to this pathetic piece of trash. Not to the bastard who harassed me for centuries and betrayed me in the end. Next, a black-haired boy stepped forward as a test subject. This is easy. I just need to pray to the system's God. Watch me. He dropped to one knee, arms raised, chanting praises to the supposed supreme ruler of this world. To the one worthy of all glory. This servant offers worship. The gatekeeper gave a cold nod. You have passed. Excellent. The boy cheered, thrilled by his successful awakening. Seeing him succeed, the others gained confidence. Is prayer all it takes to clear the quest? Back to Isaac, there was no way he'd worship the divine traitor who caused his past life's ruin. He leaped off Suri's back, leaving his companion confused. Hey, Isaac, what are you doing? You need to pray, Isaac responded with a violent kick. Why the hell would I do that? He hissed through gritted teeth, while Suri cried. Meanwhile, Kian strutted toward the statued unearned pride. We learned the true prayers at the Holy See, Kian boasted, looking down at the others. Behold, this is the perfect posture for worshipping our supreme deity. He knelt with both knees, reaching for the sky. Even an idiot could see his form was flawless. The other children scrambled to imitate him. "I'll do it too. Don't leave me behind. Praise be to the Supreme Lord. We offer our souls." They chanted. In the corner, one child wavered, paralyzed by an instinctual fear they couldn't explain. The gatekeeper's voice boomed. "What are you waiting for? Do you choose to forfeit your life?" Startled by the threat of death, the child collapsed into a prayer. "I'll pray." "Me too." Seeing the submission, the gatekeeper's lips curled into a satisfied, predatory grin. But his eyes landed on Isaac, sitting there like a defiant king. "Do I look like an idiot?" Isaac spat back, his voice dripping with absolute contempt. The kids stared in horror. Is he insane? Why is he defying a divine command like that? Are the rumors true? Has the house of 𝐷𝐤 truly lost their faith and their power? Isaac just ignored them, while Suri cursed the main character's stubbornness in his head. "You monster, stop ruining our guild's reputation. It's just a prayer, you damn degenerate." Not just Reincarnation's eyes burned with pure disdain. They knew the price of such defiance. Every action was being recorded. Was this fool really throwing away his path to sainthood? Talent is worthless without conviction, Kian thought. She regretted even acknowledging his existence. Shifting her gaze, Kian returned to her prayer. Meanwhile, the treasure guardian thundered. Questioning Isaac's blatant disrespect toward the divine, Isaac snapped. Pushing back his fury, he barked, "So what? I'd rather die than bow to a piece of stone. Just do it already." Suddenly, a crushing aura erupted from the statue. Blasphemy shall be met with ruin. The cold stone statue delivered its final judgment. Yet, Isaac didn't flinch. Faced with certain death, he looked back with zero fear. "Scram, I'm going to tear this whole statue down." Mana surged in his palms. Behind him, Whisper panicked, screaming that this was suicide. Isaac didn't care. His rage had reached its boiling point. But as he prepared to strike, the Guardian's tone shifted to joy, and the pressure vanished. "Incredible. You have passed the trial? Enter the third archive, child." Isaac froze in confusion while the other candidates watched in shock. Kian couldn't take it. She stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Isaac. "This is impossible. You told us faith was the key. How did he pass? He didn't even pray. This is a complete joke." The Guardian chuckled, explaining that only Isaac was truly worthy of the gate. Only he showed the courage of true faith. Do you all still not see it? You knelt to a wall, not God. Is your faith just submission to an idol? Silence filled the room. The children were speechless, though resentment burned in their hearts. Even Suri realized the truth. It was just a statue. They had all been played. Others grumbled in agreement. This is insane. How could we be wrong? It looked just like the scriptures. But the Bible warns against worshipping graven images. Seeing their confusion, the Guardian decided to clarify the lesson. Look at him. Even with death at his throat, he refused to bow. That is conviction. Because of that unyielding spirit, the third archive belongs to him alone. Whisper let out a hysterical laugh. Faith, are you serious right now? Isaac could only manage a strained, awkward smirk at the absurdity of it all. Kian's pride was wounded. "I refuse to accept this result." She screamed. He can't even speak yet. How do you know it was faith and not stubbornness? Her logic was sharp. Even Whisper whispered, "She's got a point, Master. You were just stubborn." Isaac internally agreed. True, he thought, nodding along with the critique. Unaware of their exchange, Kian pressed her advantage, searching for any flaw. Besides, if he has such faith, then where is his holy mark? Where is the stigmata? The candidates turned to Isaac, searching for the seal. Wait, he doesn't have one? How could a candidate lack the mark? Kian's face twisted into a smug, triumphant grin. He's the only one here without a holy mark. He's a total fraud. Give it up, brat. Without a mark, you'll never be a saint. Even the guardians seemed taken aback by this revelation, letting out a surprised gasp. No holy mark. Well, maybe he's just too young. He started picking his nose casually. The children realized they were being handled by a weirdo. That's a ridiculous excuse. Wait. ... Did that statue just move its finger? The treasure guardian merely picked his nose, responding with an air of total indifference. I'm dead serious. That brat is just a child. Trust me. Now, let me in. If a markless degenerate can enter, so can I. Because I bear the holy mark. He's right. This proves we are legitimate candidates for the awakening. Voices of protest erupted. At this, the ancient statue let out a long, weary sigh. You runts need to realize that having a mark doesn't make you special. Don't you all agree? So, everyone's dead set on the third vault? Fine. There's no stopping you. I'll grant you all entry. Cheers broke out among the children, their faces lighting up with greed. Yes. The legendary third vault is finally ours. One kid shouted in triumph, while Suri remained wary. He found it suspicious that the gatekeeper yielded so. From the shadows, the guardian's chilling voice echoed once more. If you're so eager to dive into the abyss like moths to a flame, the path is clear. As the words faded, the statue dissolved. The massive stone doors ground open, inviting the children into the dark. But the very moment the seal was broken, a wave of suffocating pressure exploded from within. Their bodies trembled violently as pure terror and paralysis took hold. The guardian let out a sadistic chuckle. Can you feel it? That's the weight of your own insignificance. That is the dark mana radiating from the skeleton demon king. Know your place, you arrogant little fools. I was going to spare those who couldn't handle the aura. Just then, the children collapsed, pinned to the floor by the crushing force. This ... This is unbearable, the black-haired boy gasped. Only Isaac stood firm, his eyes glowing crimson with bloodlust. Every cell in his body screamed for a feast. It's here ... My original vest, the remains of the skeleton demon king. To think we'd reunite here after my self-destruction in the divine realm. My true power is within reach. Isaac stared at the surging dark mana, his heart racing with a twisted, manic anticipation. The thought of absorbing that energy and evolving his stats made him salivate. He quickly wiped his mouth to stay composed. Beside him, Whisper, his sharp-toned familiar, watched his master with a look of pure, unadulterated disgust. Seeing Isaac's sinister grin and manic excitement, the guardian couldn't help but offer a word of praise. Look at that boy's unshakable faith. Now that is the face of a true, fearless warrior. The other kids stared in horror. A warrior? He looks like a possessed psychopath going through a breakdown. What kind of baby smiles like a demon in a place like this? Feeling a rare moment of pity for the lambs, the guardian offered one last chance to turn back. Those who fear death can leave now. Quit, and I'll let you take a treasure from the second vault instead. Suri hesitated, his resolve wavering. The temptation to flee the crushing darkness was overwhelming. His skin crawled with the dark mana felt like icy needles piercing through his very soul. Damn it! How can anyone survive this level of suffocating mana? This is a suicide mission. He wasn't the only one. The other children were paralyzed by a wave of absolute panic. Let's get out of here. I'd rather take a tier 2 item than die in this godforsaken hole. As some prepared to flee, Kian forced himself to stand. No, I don't want second-rate scraps. We're heading to the third vault. Activate all the mechanisms now. He made the declaration for the entire group, his voice echoing with a dangerous bravado. The other kids gaped in shock, silently cursing Kian's entire bloodline for dragging them into certain death. You crazy bastard! They screamed internally. The Guardian's interest piqued. Are you actually serious, boy? Kian stood his ground. No saint in history has reclaimed the Demon King's remains. Not even the legendary Melissa. The air grew heavy as the Guardian's tone shifted into something far more menacing. It seems, you know the dark secrets hidden within the third vault. Behind Kian's facade lay a cunning calculation. He had planned this gamble long before they arrived. Saint Melissa would never send children to die. There has to be a hidden safe or a secret bypass. Fueled by his own logic, the boy's confidence returned as he prepared to challenge the abyss. I don't need a free pass. Reset the third treasure to its lethal state. Saintess herself. Standing nearby, Isaac shoots a cold glare and shakes his head, certain this brat has finally lost his damn mind. The Guardian eyes Kian. He admires the reckless gamble and sees no reason to refuse the boy's bold request. Very well. This trial will certainly prove who among you is the true saint. The light orb pulses with blinding intensity, stripping away every safety seal and defensive measure in the vault. The brown-haired boy retreats in terror, screaming. Suddenly, an invisible force yanks the group skyward. Third vault. They land before a staggering sea of gold coins and treasures piled high like mountains. At the center, resting upon a stone pedestal, lies the skeletal arm bone of the Lich King, radiating a suffocating dark aura. The crushing pressure forces the children to their knees, gasping and coughing for air. Watching the chaos, Isaac's eyes gleam with joy. In this turmoil, the others are too distracted to notice his secret movements. Whisper hisses urgently in his ear, Master, look, that bone. It's a piece of your original body. The familiar points a spectral finger toward the withered skeletal arm in the distance. A primal resonance surges through Isaac, making his eyes glaze over like he's in a menandeus trance. Excellent work, my body. It's already beginning to devour the energy within this entire vault. A few children struggled to their feet, trembling. The actual remains of the Lich King. Just one arm emits this much dark mana. Their voices tremble with pure shock and Isaac narrows his eyes, realizing the truth. It's not a full arm, it's just a single thumb bone. Everything else attached to it is nothing but a cheap fake. Isaac smirks inwardly. Even a thumb is enough to send a rush of adrenaline through his veins. Sensing the young intruders, the treasure room's ancient security system finally awakens. A massive magic circle ignites beneath the pedestal, summoning a nightmare from the abyss. A demonic roar echoes, terrifying the kids. A demon. I thought the trials were supposed to be over. The explanation. The Guardian removed the safety seals at their request. Now, a goat-headed high demon glares at the insects. How dare you, insects, attempt to claim the sacred body of our great king? Terrified by the demon's manner, the black-haired boy screams at Kian. Kian remains unervingly calm, his voice steady despite the looming threat. Trust me, I'll make sure every single one of you leaves here with a legendary treasure. The brat smirks, with pure arrogance. Having already deduced the true identity of the beast before him, it's one of the 14 elite commanders, once serving the Lich King. Now a captive of the papal family. I've prepared a special holy art for this. That treasure belongs to me now. Kian's eyes flash with divine power, projecting a heavy, authoritative aura directly at the demon. Kneel, he commands. Golden chains of light erupt from the floor to bind and suppress the monster. The other children watch in disbelief. The Pope's holy light. It's working. He's going to win. Kian grins victoriously, but the demon's cold voice cuts through the light as if nothing happened. You. The one stealing the king's body. Meanwhile, at the vault entrance, the crowd waits in a state of growing anxiety and dread. Worried whispers fill the air. What's taking so long? What is happening inside that vault? Communication is dead. A messenger rushes in, pale with terror, carrying a report of total catastrophe. The seal is broken. The high demon in the third vault has been unleashed. Faces turn ashen at the news. Simon, the merchant, turns to his friend Guy with a trembling voice. Wait. That demon is one of the 14 elite commanders. 𝐼's silence spoke volumes. His trembling face told Simon everything. A Tier 14 high demon. The vault hunters are doomed. 𝐼 was drenched in cold sweat. Amidst the chaos, the clan elders arrived to personally handle the escalating crisis. Report, one barked. What happened to the supervisors we sent into the dungeon? A staffer stammered that the traps were disabled right before the team vanished into thin air. Then the children's lives are in grave danger. The female elder shrieked. The crowd panicked. How can mere kids survive a boss monster of that rank? Abort the trial. We must extract them before it's too late. Suddenly, the gate erupted in blinding light, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The ancient vault was opening. But what was this overwhelming, radiant pressure? Get back, a guard yelled. Dark mana is leaking. It's too dangerous. The elder raised a hand, silencing him instantly with a sharp gesture. Wait. I feel no demons. Could it have been defeated? She whispered hopefully. In the back, Hay smirked, already praising his son Kian for the supposed kill. You did it, Kian? Nearby, the guests began buzzing with rumors. The Skeleton King's guardian is dead. Did a child actually slay that monster? It must be Kian. The Pope's bloodline is truly in a league of its own. Simon bit his lip, while others rushed to shower Cardinal Hay with praise. Congratulations, Cardinal. A result befitting the strongest saint candidate. Hay nodded arrogantly. It seems Kian's potential has finally awakened. He mocked Simon. This is the end for those who defy the Pope's authority. Now that we hold the Demon King's remains, you will all bow to us. Time to drop the noble act. Suddenly, a scream drew everyone's attention. Look, the children. They're coming out. All eyes locked onto the gate. Simon prayed silently for Isaac's safety. Isaac, please. One by one, the kids emerged, sobbing into their parents' arms. Simon scanned the survivors, his heart racing with desperation. Few, mostly minor injuries. They actually made it out alive. Someone sighed, but some parents grew frantic. Where is the third vault team? Why aren't they out? The missing children caused a fresh wave of dread to wash over Simon's pale face. But the wait was finally over. The final group. The last kids emerged, looking utterly exhausted and broken. Suri, Armin. Simon and Go shouted, sprinting toward the weary children. Are you okay? Any injuries? Gol asked, frantically checking his son, but Isaac was missing 𝐼-𝐻's face, turned ghostly white. Where is Isaac? Did Isaac not come back? Meanwhile, 𝐻 glared at his son with freezing eyes. Kian, what is this trash? Where is the Skeleton King's corpse? Why this useless item? 𝐻 was shaking with rage, his killing intent overflowing. Before he could snap, a golden orb of divine light manifested in the sky. A massive wolf descended from the light, carrying Isaac gently in its jaws. Seeing his nephew safe, Simon rushed forward with tears of pure joy. Asili gasped. That wolf. It's the holy dragon, guardian of the ruins. Simon froze, awestruck. The dragon whelp is actually protecting him? It wore the skin of a wolf, but its aura was that of a true holy dragon. The matriarch's legendary protector, divine entity. Just then, a chilling realization hit him. A mechanical clicking sound echoed, leaving him puzzled by its mysterious origin. Glancing over, Ree saw Isaac casually gnawing on a fragment of the Demon King's bone. Naturally, a sight that bizarre didn't stay hidden from the rest of the group for long. A knight screamed, Elder, is the boy actually chewing on the Skeleton King's remains? Spit that out. You can't put a boss monster's corpse in your mouth. One elder panicked, while another beamed with joy. The boy had truly secured the prize. Unlike the cheering crowd, 𝐻's expression darkened as a murderous aura began to leak out. He cornered the boy, demanding, Kian, did you give the Skeleton King's corpse to that degenerate? I wouldn't call that a clever strategy, he sneered with cold mockery. More like a saint's pity to save a failing family's honor. He glared at Rai. He refused to believe Isaac soloed the boss until the giant wolf stepped forward to explain. What gibberish are you spouting, human? The beast growled at the crowd. This child seized the king's remains himself. You fools are truly blind. Everyone stood frozen. Kian's face drained of color, turning as pale as a ghost in an instant. His mind flashed back to the chaos within the third treasure chamber. He couldn't understand why his saintly arts failed. 𝐷𝐼-𝐿. The demon roared. The goat-headed monster charged eyes. The other children fled like prey, leaving a paralyzed Kian standing alone in death's path. Suddenly, a violent explosion rocked the room. As the thick smoke began to clear, a miracle revealed itself to the survivors. The children were safe behind a glowing mana barrier. A defensive field from the Rasuwa. Whispers of shock and disbelief spread through the crowd like wildfire. Meanwhile, Isaac moved with mechanical precision, blurring forward as the demon shrieked in frenzy. You filthy priests! The monster hissed, his voice dripping with ancient malice. Greedy for the king's remains, then perish. He tightened his fist for a killing blow. Isaac stood his ground, eyes flashing with authority. Don't you recognize your master? With a small, energy-infused fist, he unleashed a strike that defied his ranking. The demon collapsed. Back in reality, the dragon's testimony forced the skeptics to accept the truth. A divine beast would never lower itself to lie to mere mortals. If the 𝐅-𝐂𝐕𝐄 child truly brought the trophy, then what exactly had Kian been doing? Returned to the dragon, his voice trembling. But holy dragon, this was too dangerous. High demons aren't for children. Why did you unseal those boss monsters? The holy dragon let out a mocking laugh. High demons, you've got it all wrong. It was that white-haired brat over there who demanded I release them all. Kian's heart skipped a beat as the other children began to point fingers. He's right. Kian forced the dragon to trigger the traps and put us all in danger. The atmosphere shifted instantly as the parents' gazes turned razor-sharp and cold. Doubt and fury burned in their eyes as they stared down Hay and his son. Our children almost died for his ego. How could the Pope's family be so corrupt? If Isaac hadn't defeated the demon tribe, this would have been a total massacre. Does this mean the 𝐅-𝐂𝐕𝐄 heir has completely surpassed the saint's lineage? It's unbelievable. Even without saintly mana, his raw power is off the charts. The rumors were true. The 𝐅-𝐂𝐕𝐄 clan is finally reclaiming their legendary throne. As public opinion shifted, Rai couldn't hide his pride. You've done remarkably well. Nearby, the family elders swarmed Isaac. Kid, spit out the bone. Good grief, how is this child so powerful? They nursed their bruised hands, but every time they reached out, Isaac slapped them away with tiny fists. As for our protagonist, there was no way he was handing over that finger bone just yet. His mana was overflowing perhaps. Surviving that ordeal allowed his body to instantly synchronize. With the hidden stats, from the back, the female elder watched with a sinister smirk. You've done exceptionally well, child. The matriarch will be thrilled. With this, we can finally track the legendary skeleton Demon King. We'll use a high-tier tracking spell to locate the Demon King's very soul. She let out a bone-chilling laugh. Isaac froze, a cold shiver running down his spine as the realization hit. Wait, what? Is this why they were so obsessed with my body? The elders' faces flushed with a manic, obsessive greed. Give it here, Isaac. Let's hunt the skeleton Demon King and tear him limb from limb. Hand it over. We're finally ending this 150-year blood feud today. To protect himself, Isaac did the unthinkable. He shoved the bone into his mouth and swallowed it whole. No, they roared in fury, while our protagonist casually started picking his teeth like a boss. The holy dragon wolf, done with its mission, had no interest in listening to these senile old fools. Absolute lunatics, it muttered. Before taking flight, time passed, and the Rothschild elders were now desperately searching for the bone shard in total despair. They were literally sifting through Isaac's diapers. Did you find it yet? One elder asked anxiously. The female elder was the one actually poking through the mess with a stick. She shook her head in disappointment. Nothing. Why isn't it showing up yet? Nearby, Isaac watched the disgusting display. Keep digging all day, losers. I've got bigger problems like what happened back in that ruin. Isaac recalled the battle in the third warehouse. The goat demon had recognized his mana instantly. Master, after you fell, I thought our world had collapsed. But I knew you'd return to us eventually. I must serve you. Master, he has been captured by the Holy See. Before it could finish, the demon vanished into mist. Isaac cursed. Damn it, finish your sentence before dying. Back in reality, the demon's final warning weighed heavily on Isaac's mind. The ones who captured him. Were they really from the Pope's family? I need to investigate this, Isaac thought. But suddenly, Rai appeared with a bottle of milk. Isaac, time to go. Drink this, it's the strongest laxative we've got. Whisper couldn't contain his laughter, finding the protagonist's predicament absolutely hysterical. Isaac bit his lip, fuming. This damn family. I'm going to flip this whole place upside down. Meanwhile, an elder was anxiously biting his nails to the quick. If the matriarch finds out, she'll slaughter us. She might actually gut the boy to find it. Rai turned pale, but tried to keep his cool. Calm down, elder. It'll be fine. Sure, she dissected her own son once, but Isaac is her grandson. Both of them started trembling uncontrollably. Even the talkative Whisper stopped joking. Despite his usual teasing, the spirit familiar leaned in with a serious, urgent warning. Master, isn't Melissa heading this way with the clan leader? Isaac revealed his plan. Yeah, it'll take them a while to get here. I just need to absorb all this mana and escape before she arrives. But fate had other plans. 𝐷 burst into the room with a terrifying message. Hey, Isaac. The matriarch is calling for you. She wants to see you. Right now. Mother's back already? She's never returned from a pilgrimage this early before. The news of Melissa's sudden arrival sent a wave of dread over Isaac's face. Damn it, did she return for me? I haven't even finished absorbing my mana yet. Knowing Melissa, she'll tear me apart for answers. Time is slipping away, fast. Mountains of gold and legendary treasures sat before them. Good heavens, is all this treasure really meant for Isaac? A gasp echoed, while Guy finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I thought the matriarch arrived. 𝐷 sneered mockingly. Scared. She's not here yet. She's just returning with the clan head. I never said she was here. He looked amused, savoring Isaac's visible terror. Meanwhile, our protagonist gritted his teeth, his blood boiling with silent burning rage. You absolute bastard, Isaac cursed inwardly. Then, the Golden Knight announced the Pope's gift. Upon hearing about the Pope's offering, the elders' attitudes flipped in an instant. Cheats sell it all. An elder spat on the floor in pure, unadulterated disgust. Their hostility made the knight falter, his voice trembling as he spoke up. The Pope's envoys will hear you. They are literally waiting right outside. Right then, the envoy stepped forward with a slick smile. The Emperor is watching this closely. This gift is a token of apology and gratitude to the 𝐷𝐤 clan. But it seems you aren't impressed. Perhaps this will be more to your liking. The Cardinal himself said this would be of great help to young Isaac. He revealed a small box containing a medal engraved with a sinister pentagram. The elders broke into a cold sweat. They gasped in horror. Isaac what? Confused as to why a mere medal could terrify these powerful elders. What is that? He asked. Whisper replied, a cursed medal bearing the Pope's foul mark. To the elders, this wasn't just a gift, it was a lethal, political declaration. Panic rippled through the room as they began to whisper in frantic tones. Lord 𝐷𝐤, take it. It's for Isaac. Isaac frowned. Shouldn't he be receiving it directly? Why hand it to his uncle? Unaware of the boy's confusion, the air grew heavy. 𝐷𝐤's voice wavered. You're saying this is for me, and not for Isaac? The envoy smirked mischievously. My orders are to ensure it's delivered specifically to you. That confirmation sent a surge of white-hot fury across 𝐷𝐤's face. The elders finally caught on. You're giving Isaac's property to another family member. Are you insane? Receiving a medal this way implies the true owner is dead. The envoy just kept grinning like a snake. "Oh, please," he mocked. "Don't misunderstand. He's just too young." But look closely at the ribbon. Does the Pope not know that sunflowers represent a deceased recipient? The elder's voice reached a fever pitch, screaming in pure, raw outrage. Isaac was almost impressed. Was the Pope this desperate to regain some face? So, he really wants me 6 feet under. That Pope is absolutely psychotic. The female elder's expression turned dark as coal. That wretched Pope and his clan. They mock our curse with every breath. Ghost stepped in, trying to calm the storm. "Elder, we can't be rash. Can we just relax for a moment?" The elder snapped back. 𝐷𝐿 explained, "This could look like we're declaring open war. If this escalates, it will spell disaster for the entire Joshua family." He sounded like a sage advisor, but his true goal was forcing the medal on 𝐷𝐿. Watching his puppet play his part, the envoy smirked with dark, villainous satisfaction. Those two were already in league with each other. 𝐷𝐿 understood perfectly that this badge was a sign of a dark pact. This gift was a clear warning for 𝐷𝐴𝐃 to remember his place. No doubt, the Pope was pulling the strings. Teaming up with that family felt vile, but it meant 𝐼 and the kid were finally backed into a corner. Everything was falling into place. The fool didn't waste a second, pressuring 𝐼, "Well, what's taking so long? Just take it and say thank you." I tried to protest, but 𝐷𝐿 cut him off. There's no reason to be difficult. Meanwhile, back to our young protagonist, Isaac. Watching the adults bicker without solving a thing, the boy decided it was time to intervene. This just wouldn't do. With a weary sigh, the toddler subtly shifted his tiny hand. Suddenly, the badge inside the crimson box ignited. Blue flames erupted, forcing the messenger to stumble back in terror. A fierce sphere of holy fire hovered in mid-air. Holy fire! Who summoned this divine flame? A cry rang out as they noticed the same azure fire dancing across Isaac's tiny palm. The entire room froze in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sight before them. Clutching his scorched hand, the messenger howled like a rabid dog. "What have you done? You dare desecrate the Pope's crest. Is this an act of open rebellion against the Holy See?" He shouted his accusations, only to be met with murderous glares from the elders. "You think we did this on purpose? It was a child. Are you really picking a fight with a baby who hasn't even awakened yet?" Amidst the chaos, 𝐷𝐿 picked up the blackened, charred remains of the medal. How tragic. Since this occurred before we accepted it, we'll just act like this quest never happened. The messenger paled. "You can't be serious. You dare say that now?" 𝐷𝐿's expression darkened as his killing intent began to flare. "What, should I obey your every whim? Should I treasure a badge that melted in an infant's presence?" He held the ruined artifact up for everyone to see. And sure enough, the holy metal had completely liquefied, its original shape twisted into a grotesque, unrecognizable mess. The elders gasped in disbelief. The holy crest actually melted. This power is beyond logic. Terrified, the messenger tried to make a desperate excuse. "Give it back. I must have brought the wrong item." He reached out to reclaim the evidence, but fate had other plans for him. Before he could touch it, a pillar of holy fire suddenly erupted directly from his own body. As he shrieked in agony, the elder playfully pinched Isaac's cheek. "Oh my, Isaac is quite the little troublemaker." The old man's smile was wide, hiding a fury that was vibrating at its absolute limit. Keep your hands off me before I incinerate your pride. Realizing he was powerless against the 𝐷𝐤 Guild, the messenger knew he was defeated. He scurried away like a beaten dog, shouting empty threat. Curse you all! You'll regret this. Watching him flee, the elders erupted in laughter. It felt as if years of pent-up humiliation had finally been purged. In another corner, an elder spat toward 𝐷𝐤 in pure disgust. Trash that useless badge. If only the clan leader could have seen that dog's pathetic face. Masterfully done, 𝐼. That holy fire was a brilliant move to save our family's honor. Their praise left 𝐷𝐤 completely bewildered. What are you talking about? The elder leaned in, whispering with a knowing smirk. Stop acting so humble, kid. We saw you use that holy fire technique. 𝐷𝐤's eyes widened in total shock as he looked at them. I thought one of you elders did it. Across from him, several question marks practically appeared over their heads. A chill swept through the room as they realized something was very wrong. If I didn't do it? Even when Isaac entered the vault, I only maintained a basic invisibility buff, 𝐼 explained. The matriarch frowned in confusion. But Isaac used Shadow Step. How could an infant use such a high-tier skill? 𝐼's question was met with a heavy, deafening silence that filled the entire hall. Every eye turned toward Isaac with growing suspicion. Could it be? Was this child casting legendary holy arts, all on his own? To understand this power, we must discuss mythic tier hidden techniques. It's a legendary artifact for instant skill awakening, luckily looted from the vault. I'm weaker than my Skeleton King days, but this power still burns bright. Isaac watched as the elders huddled together, whispering in frantic, anxious circles. Did his mother imbue him with high-tier holy arts? One elder questioned. Impossible. She holds the opposite element. This isn't just common talent. His growth defies logic. It's like writing poetry before even learning the alphabet. Even the genius Saintess Melissa had to study the holy scripts first. The elders were sweating bullets, while Isaac felt a cold chill of worry. Wait, is it that serious? This is getting way too intense. Suddenly, 𝐼 chimed in. Breaking the Pope's seal is the real miracle here. Her words struck home, making the elders turn with wide, shimmering eyes. Exactly. You have a sharp eye. Now, show me the medal for verification. 𝐼 glanced at the crimson box on the desk and shook his head. It's gone, sir. In an instant, the elder's excitement turned to pure ash. 𝐷𝐤 yawned, casually mentioning he'd already tossed the priceless relic away. You told me to scrap it. But the elders screamed in pure panic. Retrieve it immediately. They barked, as 𝐷𝐤 felt a pang of secret dread. The boy actually melted a Pope-blessed metal, supposedly invincible to any flames. The Patriarch must never know. Without proof, it's just a baseless rumor. He hid the scorched metal in his pocket as the days blurred past. Deep in the Western Duchy, Patriarch 𝐼 led his elite knights back home. We're approaching the manor. Stay sharp until the very end, everyone. The Patriarch's gaze sharpened. He sensed something a ripple in the air. Time marched on. Back to Isaac, who was relaxing amidst a mountain of empty milk bottles. The elders watched him, their eyes filled with fear, as if seeing a monster. Where is the Demon King's bone? We gave him 300 laxative potions. We even fed him 500 sacred fruits from the Julius Kingdom. If Melissa returns, and the relic is missing, we are all dead meat. Isaac let out a massive burp, feeling absolutely triumphant in his soul. Thanks for the snacks. My system feels completely refreshed and energized. I heard these fruits strengthen the hidden link with powerful divine beasts. Divine beasts are ultimate combat partners. Raising my stats is a necessity. To crush the Pope and the gods, I'll need every bit of power. Just then, a massive shadow flickered outside the window. A colossal whale with a majestic horn was swimming through the clouds. The Tyran-Brom guardian beast appeared, leaving Isaac momentarily speechless. Before he could react, a voice boomed from the hall. "Should we attend the banquet first, Patriarch?" Then, 𝐼 burst inside. The elders immediately bowed, hands over their hearts in a formal salute. The Patriarch nodded. Isaac felt a strange, deep pull within his bloodline. So this man is the head of the legendary 𝐷𝐤 clan. My grandfather, huh? My hidden survival traits are tingling with excitement. But despite Isaac's calm, his protector stepped forward with visible anxiety. "Father, give us more time." Cutting Isaac open won't reveal anything useful right now. Isaac just shrugged from below. He wouldn't dare cut me open. But in a heartbeat, everything changed. His cold-blooded grandfather pointed right at him, demanding they burn the boy. Those words chilled Isaac to the bone. He was truly terrified. Is the whole world against me? Did my survival system glitch out already? Why burn me? This clan is insane. Is my uncle the only one I can trust? Rai shouted that he's too young to be burned. Isaac felt a sudden sense of betrayal. Wait, ... Are you implying you'll just burn me when I'm older? Unaware of Isaac's thoughts, Rai begged his father to reconsider this madness. Then that full-go girl stepped forward. He agreed, saying the reward was too much for a brat. Isaac couldn't believe it. How is being burned alive a reward? This 𝐷𝐤 clan is crazy. The explanation from Vi. If we burn him, the Skeleton King's blessing will manifest. The boy will awaken even stronger. But 𝐷𝐤 sneered and suggested an alternative. Why not just cut the boy open instead? Rai pleaded again. Drown him instead. They argued over methods, while Isaac's chubby cheeks. Forget this family. Just let them fall. Isaac cursed them, while 𝐷𝐤 spoke up again. 𝐷𝐤 knew those methods were actually beneficial for Isaac's growth. So he immediately rejected them. Impossible. The holy fire and water are secret arts reserved only for our clans. We can't waste such treasures on a useless brat. How can you say that? Rai screamed in fury while Isaac sensed something suspicious was going on. If 𝐷𝐤 is fighting this hard against it, then it must be a massive Suri deserves that blessing. He's the one who truly defeated the demon in the treasury. He was shamelessly stealing Isaac's credit for his own son. What are you talking about? Isaac defeated that demon. Even the holy dragon itself verified his overwhelming victory. Rai growled, but the shameless 𝐷𝐤 kept lying. That dragon must have been mistaken. A toddler defeating a demon. Don't be ridiculous. You're taking this lie way too far. Isaac used holy fire to melt the Pope's medal. Are you going to deny that too? 𝐷𝐤 claimed it was all a setup. You probably used an elder to fake the holy fire. Who knows what you did? Without solid proof, your words mean nothing. He stood there confidently, unaware that the Patriarch had been listening the entire time. He pulled a twisted, melted metal from his pocket. Are you talking about this one? Only the Pope can connect with gods. That metal is a holy relic known as blessed gold. Even in my past life as the Skeleton King, I couldn't melt it. Is this body just that OP? Did I reincarnate with some hidden god tier stats? Isaac stared at the mangled metal. Everyone in the room stood frozen in absolute shock. Rai finally found his voice. Where did you find it? The patriarch remained calm. I found it on the way here, at the bottom of Lake Alyssa. Rai stopped caring about the medal and looked at Isaac with a triumphant, smug grin. Look, the boy's fire was strong enough to melt a holy symbol. Isaac just nodded. That's right. Now prove that the 𝐷𝐤 clan is superior to the Pope himself. Isaac thought to himself while everyone else began staring at him with greedy eyes. They debated his future. This child could even withstand the flames of the Skeleton King. Lord Patriarch, this boy will surely become the greatest Skeleton King hunter in history. But then, Rai dropped a bombshell that left Isaac completely stunned. The Skeleton Demon King has been lurking, slaughtering innocents. The elder chimed in with a grim expression. Exactly. If ignored, his dark era begins anew. Isaac's eyes widened at the unexpected news. His original vessel had perished centuries ago, long before this supposed king appeared. Now, this impostor emerges. Whisper grumbled about the nerve of some low-life degenerates. Fake kings are crawling out of the woodwork these days. Isaac shifted his gaze, wondering who dared to use his legendary title in this era. Actually, their notoriety serves as the perfect smokescreen. Whisper nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, 𝐷𝐤 continued pressing his father with a desperate recall 70 years ago. That Skeleton King cursed the Joshua bloodline with a devastating trait. He swore to extinguish every last drop of the Sanctus's sacred bloodline. Just thinking of that ancient malice made Rai's blood boil with pure hatred. Whisper glanced at Isaac, smirking. Wait, 70 years ago. That timing doesn't fit. Master, you've been dead for over 150 years. This guy is a fraud. Isaac stroked his chin, realizing this hidden curse was why they feared for his survival. A low-tier demon's curse. To him, it was nothing more than pathetic child's play. I'll crush it with superior manner, he thought, before the elder's chatter interrupted his focus. A female elder suddenly raised her voice. The curse saps vitality, causes dysfunction. Countless men have lived their entire lives without growing a single strand of hair. Isaac's eyes flared with a murderous, fiery rage. Some things were simply unforgivable to a man. He cracked his knuckles, hissing, I'm going to personally execute that bald-making fraud. Maybe it's just bad genes. Whisper teased, earning a lethal, sharp glare from the protagonist. The family head and Rai have full manies. Use your brain. 𝐷𝐤 approached, misinterpreting Isaac's fury as the curse's awakening within his glowing red eyes. Elemental power isn't enough. I shall bestow a legendary Holy Spirit upon this child. The hall fell silent. Even Isaac was stunned by this sudden, high-tier quest reward. A Holy Spirit? A divine summon that only the highest-ranking tiers could ever possess. This was the key to his skill evolution too. Reach transcendence beyond the reach of gods. With this power, I'll punch those arrogant gods right in their smug faces. He smirked, already imagining the divine bastards crawling on the ground. Only 𝐷𝐤 stood up in outrage. A Holy Spirit. That's far too much favoritism. Such a reward is reserved for those who bring massive glory to our guild's name. He's done nothing. Melting that metal was a blatant, dangerous provocation against the Pope. Do you really think the Church will just overlook this act of defiance? Isaac clicked his tongue, irritated by this degenerate constantly blocking his personal power. This guy again, he muttered, as 𝐷𝐤's cold gaze locked onto 𝐷𝐤 like a predator. And what did you do when they sent that insulting gift to our home, 𝐷𝐤? You let heretics insult us, then escorted them out? Are you protecting our enemies now? Is your only talent bullying a defenseless child instead of defending our family's honor? Even wild beasts protect their own kind. Have you fallen lower than a monster? We protect the weak. This boy restored our prestige while you cowered in fear. His actions are the perfect example of bringing glory to the 𝐷𝐤 bloodline. 𝐷𝐤 turned, his voice booming. Assemble everyone at the main manor immediately. The blessing ceremony begins now. 𝐷𝐤 collapsed, trembling under the sheer pressure. Days later, 𝐷𝐤 and the elders gathered, their hearts filled with doubt and anticipation. Father, is this just a gift? What's your real angle here? 𝐷𝐤 crossed his arms, his voice dripping with hidden intent. Think, use fire or water to purge the skeleton king, and the boy breaks. The temple's elemental affinity possesses lethal anti-demon properties. If he survives, he'll be too scarred to ever master the high-tier exorcism rites. 𝐷𝐤 paled, his voice trembling with concern. So he's capped at Tier 5 cleric forever. 𝐷𝐤 nodded, his gaze darkening with a cold calculation. Let's see which path he chooses. This is the ultimate test of his hidden stats. Nearby, 𝐷𝐤 smirked, celebrating a silent victory. Asterisk, I knew it. No way he'd hand over a Holy Spirit for free. Without a word, 𝐷𝐤 stepped toward Isaac, placing 3 glowing spheres down. Isaac, choose your destiny. I watched breathlessly as Isaac's small hand reached toward the shimmering orbs. His heart raced, desperately praying for a high-rank resonance with the system's energy. Asterisk, choose white. Please, asterisk, instead. The boy's hand snatched the crimson sphere with zero hesitation. A heavy silence fell as the elders sighed. Their hopes for a high-tier summoner deflated. A Tier 4 loser until the end. Go mocked until. The red sphere violently cracked. Suddenly, a massive inferno erupted. Wait. ... This isn't temple fire. From the heart of the blaze, a long-haired entity emerged. One look at his overwhelming presence was enough a true Holy Spirit had awakened. The room fell into chaos. 𝐷𝐤 turned to 𝐷𝐤, his face twisted in disbelief. What is this? Why was a Holy Spirit inside that orb? 𝐷𝐤 remained eerily calm. Don't lose your cool, 𝐷𝐤. I never said I only hid one Holy Spirit in the test. His gaze sharpened as the system's mana pressure began to spike. Our roots are water, but for a kid who can melt PayPal gold, I set a lethal trap. He chose correctly, though even I didn't expect this tier evolution. Watching the floating spirit. However, the summoned entity didn't look frenzied. 𝐷𝐤, Joshua, have you lost your mind? The spirit roared, eyes burning blue. You dare summon a monocrank entity like me to this pathetic human realm? Raging flames exploded everywhere. Activate defensive holy arts. The elders screamed in panic. 𝐷𝐤 nearly collapsed, his legs shaking. Did you just summon a monocrank spirit? Are you trying to turn our entire guild territory to ash? 𝐷𝐤 shrugged with an irresponsible smirk, looking entirely amused. Don't look at me. The boy did it. It seems the kid is ready to turn this place into his own grave. Isaac stood frozen, staring at the carnage. All he did was touch a simple red orb. How did a basic test turn into a boss monster encounter? Everyone was breaking into a cold sweat. I only channeled a sliver of holy power for a mid-tier summon. Asterisk, how did a monarch tier burst out? Behind him, Whisper hissed in pure annoyance. Master, what kind of monster are you really? Isaac ignored the jab, deep in thought. I wonder what would happen if I actually exerted my full power. Suddenly, Isaac's eyes widened, as he identified the spirit's unique hidden trait. The anti. It converts mana into holy parrots. The perfect skill, even Isaac had to admit. This was a massive personal power. But how to subdue him? The monarch was already roasting the elders alive. Whisper hovered nervously. Should we try the traditional method of submission, Master? Isaac clicked his tongue, his face contorting with sheer irritation. Chi-Chi monarchs are linked to the heavens. I can't let those 8 gods notice me yet. Whisper shivered at the mention of the celestial tier. Valid point. Let's keep it low-key. Wait, aren't all saint spirits supposed to be divine servants? The scene shifts as a scorched elder, hair still smoking. Lord, expel him. He's so degenerate, even the gods abandoned his soul. 𝐼 strokes his beard thoughtfully. If hair color dictated faith, I'd be godless too. Seems anything with black hair just can't be trusted these days. Isaac overhears from behind. So that's why this spirit was dumped. 𝐼's taunts act like fuel, stoking the saint spirit's explosive rage. Silence, weak human. What kind of scheme is this? A subjugation ritual for me. He blasts the elder and glares at 𝐼. However, 𝐼 immediately dodges all responsibility for the chaos. I didn't summon you. That little brat back there did. Naturally, the saint spirit isn't about to believe such a blatant lie. Nonsense. You clearly used your guildmaster authority to drag me here. A heavy silence falls before the spirit spits directly in 𝐼's face. Are you insane? Sacrificing an innocent child for a summoning ritual. Even if your clan is collapsing, you shouldn't exploit an infant. The spirit stops. Isaac wasn't crying. He was grinning with a terrifying, hungry greed. Shifting to the inner thoughts of our reincarnated protagonist. Hostile to gods, and packed with power, he's the perfect catch. I'm claiming you. You'll be my personal mana filtration system. The saint spirit quickly regains his composure, despite the eerie vibe. Charging a fireball, he roars, Fine. I'll test the brat myself. If he truly performed a subjugation, he'll survive this tier 1 strike. He hurls the blazing orb straight at the defenseless baby. Boom. A small explosion rocks the room. 𝐼 screams in genuine panic. The crazed spirit laughs, thinking he's scored a legendary victory. Ha ha ha, better I end his miserable life quickly. But as the smoke clears, Isaac is still crawling on the floor. His greedy smirk remains. 𝐼 asks, Do you believe me now? This milk drinker is the one who summoned you into this world. Now choose. Sign the contract, or suffer a system-level penalty. The spirit sneers, a high-tier spirit like me, fearing a penalty. Actually, this works out. Since I'm here, I'll have some fun. I'll burn this guild to ashes and take my freedom. Die we. He rants, oblivious to the massive shadow looming behind him. Suddenly, Isaac's mouth opens wide and chomps down on the spirit. The elder's eyes nearly pop out at this twisted fairy tale scene. Stop, you crazy kid. Isaac, don't swallow it. The spirit thrashes wildly, screaming for the humans to save him. Are you all mad? What kind of monster are you raising? I'm out. I'll retreat for now, but I'll return this debt. Isaac sees the holy light. Oh! He smirks internally. The spirit thinks he's making a clean getaway. CIA loses. He triggers the skill, but absolutely nothing happens. An awkward silence suddenly gripped the entire room. Whisper, that big-mouthed degenerate, started giggling, while the long-haired Holy Spirit looked on in total shock. Suddenly, a wave of malevolent dark energy surged. wrapping around his frame and causing him to tremble violently. He thrashed around like a man in his final moments. Damn, is this the dark aura? Lord 𝐼 just gave a smug thumb. Oh. That, the kid just swallowed the thumb of the skeleton demon king. His casual tone almost made the Holy Spirit bite his tongue in despair. What on earth did they feed this child? Switching to Isaac's POV, he watched the Holy Spirit's meltdown with a twisted sense of satisfaction. Holy Spirits are pure beings of the celestial realm, and tragically weak against dark mana. Everything was playing out exactly as Isaac had calculated in his master plan. Trapped inside Isaac's mouth, the spirit held his nose and pleaded, "Damn it. Make him stop." Lord 𝐼 just stood there, picking his ear, completely unbothered by the spirit's desperate cries for help. Gosh, what a shame. The Skeleton King's energy is so overwhelming, we can't even get close to help. That fake theatrical tone made the Holy Spirit's veins pop from sheer rage and frustration. He lashed out, questioning how they could joke when the Skeleton King usually triggered an immediate deathmatch. Outside, 𝐼 stepped closer and offered some gentle advice to the trapped entity. Stay by my grandson's side and purify that dark aura. You think you're too high tier? Do you have any idea who I am? The spirit screamed, never having been so humiliated in his entire existence. Seeing the spirit didn't understand his situation, fine, stay there and get eaten then. The long-haired spirit could only grit his teeth in powerless, burning fury. He had no countermove to save face. He decided on a mutual destruction play to take Isaac down with him. You're all insane! This is exactly why I hate all of you humans. If you weren't the Saintess's descendants, I would have severed ties with your bloodline centuries ago. Fine, if it's come to this, I'll use this brat to wipe you all out. Hearing that, Isaac growled. Who are you calling a brat? Isaac then licked the spirit's body until the being went completely numb, paralyzed by a mix of disgust and primal fear. The spirit finally threw in the towel and surrendered. 4 days. Just let me stay with the kid for 4 days. That's enough time for one measly finger. On the other side, 𝐼 clicked his tongue in mock disappointment. How boring. Despite the act, getting the Holy Spirit to comply was a massive hidden quest success for the family. He ordered the guards to open the East Mansion. No one was to enter until the purification process was complete. Understood. Both 𝐼 and 𝐂 looked on, completely bewildered by the turn of events. They tried to protest the reckless move, but 𝐼 shut them down with a single icy glare. He didn't give his sons a chance to argue. Enough, I've heard enough. Back to Isaac. As he was carried toward the East Mansion, he pulled the spirit out and flashed a devious smirk. Perfect. The East Mansion is right next to the Annex, the place where all the mana cores are stored. Time skipped forward. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the Rua family's East Mansion. Strangely, the surrounding servants didn't even flinch, as if they'd seen this scene play out 100 times before. Oh boy, another blast, someone sighed. Another servant chimed in. Was that young Master Isaac again? No, that's the Skeleton King's dark power. Word is, the family head has already given up on him. Then the next heir must be Lord 𝐿, since he's from the Pope's bloodline, right? A brown-haired servant shared his theories, while a nearby maid added her own spicy intel to the gossip. It looks like Lord Isaac has been cursed. He's been completely scrubbed from the succession list. Nearby, a freckled boy asked hesitantly. Is Lord Isaac really cursed by the demon? The brown-haired servant leaned in. Listen, a servant went in yesterday and ran out screaming his head off. He claimed the young master looks like a shriveled, bald old man now. The maid frowned in confusion. Wait, I heard he turned into a grotesque monster, or just a pile of bones. 10 years stuck inside with a holy spirit. Talk about an epic grind. Outside the mansion, maids are screaming and running for their lives. 𝐼 sighs at the chaos and steps into the room. Young Master Isaac, I'm here. Are you still holding up? Is the Demon King's curse keeping him an infant forever? His body is tiny, but his savage attitude remains unchanged. He holds a lollipop like a cigarette and scoffs internally. Grow up, please. I'm staying small on purpose. Infancy is the ultimate window for mana absorption and hidden stats. Nearby, the Holy Spirit groans, his body aching from exhaustion. 𝐼 greets him politely. Damn it! I spent all night cleansing that massive mana pool. He turns to Isaac and can't believe his own eyes. Dark mana is erupting from the kid like an active volcano. The Holy Spirit begins to doubt his very existence right then. You monster, why is your mana peaking again? What did you eat? After 10 years, your mana level hasn't dropped an inch. It increases. While I sleep. He roars, grabbing Isaac's tiny collar. Meanwhile, our protagonist is loving every second of this chaos. He's been raiding mana cores every night. Whisper smirks nearby. The annex was a hidden gold mine. Truly magnificent, Master. You cleared a 40-year quest in just 10. Incredible. Isaac clenches his tiny fists. The grind finally paid off. This grueling mana collection phase is finally complete. He's reached Tier 6. Early magic. Don't worry, young master. The Holy Sea is taking action. The Skeleton King's 14 followers are all facing immediate execution. Once they're gone, the curse will finally be broken. She hugs him warmly, oblivious to Isaac's wide-eyed shock. Are you insane? I need to interrogate those fools first. Naturally, 𝐼 only hears the cute babbling of a baby. She tucks him into his cradle with a skull-shaped candy. Rest now. But Isaac couldn't care less about sweets. He wipes his face in frustration, calculating his next move. That fake bastard. Well done, 𝐼. The youngest ordained priest in history. You're the princess's guard now. A truly legendary honor. Little 𝐼 has grown into a tall, arrogant teenager. He waves off the praise as if it were nothing. I am your son, after all. Success was guaranteed. Goes ego inflates? Exactly. Just stay humble like me. Suddenly, he realizes his son has completely vanished into thin air. The reason for his disappearance was simple, yet absolutely terrifying. An invisible force dragged 𝐼 straight into Isaac's room. Before he can move, Isaac is standing over him coldly. 𝐼, are you suicidal? Every word out of your mouth is a lie. Do you think life ends at graduation? Don't forget, it was my hellish training that got you those high scores. You'd have failed otherwise. Now, you're acting tough. 𝐼 pouted. Whining? Think being top of the class is easy. Isaac just smirked, with pure, cold contempt. With your trash deer skills, totally impossible. Are you actually stupid? Well, I guess it's true. Sorry, will. Isaac ignored him, mulling over the intel he'd just squeezed out of Goel. Maybe it's time to prepare for the priest ordination ceremony. It's about that time. Most higher-rank holy arts require official ordination to activate. Isaac leaped down and barked an order. Sorry, I need a hand. Suri groaned. Isaac's gaze turned sharp as a blade. Suri flipped instantly. Tell me, how can I serve you? Suri forced a fake laugh, met only by Isaac's truly unsettling. Hand over everything. Your contest prize money, your allowance from Go, all of it. Upon hearing that, Suri finally broke. Tears began streaming down his face. He clenched his fists, cursing this devil in his heart while forced to massage Isaac's shoulders. Isaac suddenly remembered the looming execution. Hey, what's the deal with the Skeleton King's subordinates? Why are they being purged? Suri answered with a heavy, exhausted sigh. After the archive incident, they stopped taking orders. Since they're just waiting for death, the guild's deleting them. Isaac's brow furrowed. Is that so? Then I must obtain it within this year. Suri looked confused. Obtain what? What are you talking about? The priest ordination. Suri burst out laughing, as if he'd just heard the world's funniest joke. Haha, you haven't even stepped foot in the academy, yet you want to be ordained? Suri's laughing face was begging for a hit. Isaac didn't hesitate, slamming a fist into his head. Laugh, one more time. I dare you. One punch later, Suri became the most obedient servant. I'm sorry. Actually, there is a recommendation system for becoming a priest. The academy teachers are here now. Get a letter and pass the trial, and you're in. Isaac's eyes lit up like a predator's. Oh, a perfect system for a backdoor entrance. Before he could finish, Serene nervously tapped his fingers together. You need a great deed to prove your virtue, but your personality is kind of trash. Isaac froze, eyes wide with rage. Even Whisper, that loudmouth, couldn't help but mock him. Well, even this brat can see what a degenerate you really are. Ignoring Isaac's burning fury, Suri continued, You literally have to save a human life. The higher their status, the better. But who's going to conveniently fall into danger for you? This was a real hurdle. Isaac crossed his arms, sinking into deep thought. Only 1 month left, and the princess is attending the ceremony, right? Well, yes. Suri stammered, his voice trailing off as he saw Isaac's twisted. Isaac stroked his chin, whispering darkly. The princess is a very important person. Scene shift to the Joshua family training grounds. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air. 2 visitors approached the gates, but 𝐷𝐷𝐿 was already there. Leave. Isaac is not going to the capital. The Duke's rejection was cold and final. But Duke, this year, is different. He must attend the National Founding Festival. This is the year the Saint candidates finally receive their priesthood. For 10 years, while other candidates earned glory, the young Master Isaac never showed his face. He showed God-tier skills at the archive 10 years ago. Is he still training with the Saints? I'm dying to see just how much that monster has grown since then. The man spoke with a face twisted by fanatical, burning excitement. Beside him, the instructor chimed in. The coronation aligns with the princess's birthday. The Pope will personally bestow the hero rank. Hearing this, a flicker of genuine shock flashed through Yair's eyes. The hero title would grant a massive buff to one's power stats. A truly legendary benefit. But thinking of 𝐼𝐴 side, he hasn't reached the proper age for awakening yet. The girl countered instantly. With talent like his, age is just a number in the system. They both attacked with puppy dog eyes until the old man finally surrendered to their request. Fine, but listen up, you two will carry the full penalty if this fails. Yai smirked, hiding his true thoughts. Meanwhile, a suspicious priest approached the Simon estate. He scanned the burning mansion, locking onto the coordinates where 𝐼𝐴 was hiding. So he's there. Even the Pope only summoned a spirit king once. How did this kid, and an exorcist-type Holy Spirit at that? This is unheard of. A black-haired fire spirit. That's definitely a high-tier guardian from the heavenly realm. A corrupted Holy Spirit. The Pope's Guild will go absolutely insane for this rare collection. If I steal this summon and hand it over, my rank will skyrocket instantly. He prepared a special item designed to neutralize divine mana signatures. By suppressing the holy mana, the Skeleton King's dark traits will trigger a violent frenzy. Then, I'll just extract it while the mansion descends into dungeon-level chaos. The priest glotted, unaware he was walking straight into a high-level death trap. Back in the room, the group buzzed with excitement. Finally, we meet the legendary young master. Seeing tiny 𝐼𝐴 sitting in a pot, the girl rushed forward with fangirl energy. "Oh, young master 𝐼𝐴." She couldn't hold back her excitement. The brown-haired hunter gasped. Just like the rumors, he hasn't aged a day in 10 years. 𝐼𝐴 looked up and flashed a top-tier, cute expression. "Please, come in," he chirped. Looking at that flawless, adorable face, their hearts suffered a literal critical hit. My heart, we must get him to the academy right now. Even the villainous priest felt the pressure of the boy's overwhelming cuteness. Is this brat using a charm skill on me? He cursed under his breath. Time to force a dark evil. He grabbed 𝐼𝐴, planning to trigger the madness. He began injecting mana, trying to force the Skeleton King's power to go berserk. A few seconds of silence followed. No system error, no explosion. He looked down only to see 𝐼𝐴 smiling back like a calm max-level boss. The priest panicked. Why isn't the dark mana reacting? This is impossible. I've released enough mana to cause a total system corruption. He was baffled, unaware his entire plan was being watched by a hidden entity. Hey, you brat! Stop playing around and kill this degenerate priest already. Why are you letting him drain your divine mana? The priest froze, in shock. His eyes lit up as he realized his main quest target had finally appeared. A king-tier Holy Spirit. This is the ultimate drop for my mission. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a cloth soaked in dark mana. Woo, it's getting hot, he lied. 𝐼𝐴 saw right through his pathetic act. The boy smirked with interest. The real game was about to begin. The foul scent hit. Suddenly, the Holy Spirit began to tremble and cough violently. The brown-haired companion panicked. Spirit, what's wrong? Is your HP dropping? There was no answer. The Holy Spirit had officially entered a state of total madness. His overwhelming power surged, forcing everyone to retreat in pure terror. Is the Skeleton King's dark mana going berserk? This is dangerous, Professor. They stood paralyzed, but the traitorous priest secretly grinned at the chaos. He palmed a hidden orb. Time to extract this frenzied Holy Spirit. Activating soul-severing axe, he unleashed a massive firestorm directly at the target. The flames hit a barrier and rebounded, searing the priest who screamed in agony. 𝐼𝐴 watched the backfire, a cold, mocking smirk Did you think it'd be that easy? Good. I needed witnesses for this. Closing his eyes, Isaac focused his mind to absorb the scattered mana remnants. The onlookers gasped as the room's mana density began to skyrocket. "Is the young master siphoning mana?" he cried, while the girl nodded in shock. "He's quelling the madness." Soon, Isaac opened his eyes, having suppressed the darkness. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he commanded the Holy Spirit. "Stand down." Instantly, the dark shroud vanished, leaving only pure light behind. Asili and Rai froze. That Asia glow. It is the legendary divine trait. Hovering in mid-air, the Holy Spirit awoke, completely dazed by what happened. The two guests watched with feverish excitement, stunned by Isaac's hidden stats. He controlled the Skeleton King's mana and purified a berserk spirit. Unbelievable. The 𝐷𝐤 family's Azure power was a miracle. Rai and Asili wept with joy. "Isaac, you've finally mastered your awakening. We are so proud of you." Isaac just sighed, masking his exhaustion as he wiped his face in frustration. "Is that all you noticed?" Suddenly, the crowd began chanting, "Long live Isaac." Elsewhere in the wreckage, the disgraced priest finally crawled out of his stupor. Miraculously, his fire-resistant gear had saved him from his own rebounded critical strike. "What the hell just happened?" he stammered, meeting the spirit's murderous glare. "I should be the one asking the questions," the spirit hissed coldly. "Which degenerate from the Amber Faith Guild is behind this pathetic sabotage?" He glared with absolute fury as the priest scrambled to fabricate a lie. "It's a misunderstanding. I only wanted to meet the young master." "A misunderstanding? Then why are you wearing full-set fireproof armor?" "You liar. From today, all fire spirits are severing ties with the corrupt PayPal priests. I'm just being petty, so don't misunderstand." The priest's face turned deathly pale. "Wait, how can a spirit break a divine contract linked to the gods, especially one from the Pope's bloodline? That should be impossible." Ignoring the coward's screams, the Holy Spirit delivered a final, chilling warning. "Get out. I've transcended my shackles and no longer follow your pathetic laws." The priest collapsed like a dead fish, broken by the weight of failure. The spirit turned to Isaac. "You saved me with that divine mana to suppress the Skeleton King's darkness while purifying me. Your potential is terrifying. The debt is paid, but I'll stay by your side to repay this favor." Isaac's inner monologue was screaming in triumph. Jackpot. These noble spirits are so easy to manipulate. Meanwhile, the visiting scouts were already planning Isaac's official hunter ranking. "We must report this to the Holy See. This kid deserves a promotion." Thanks for the recommendation letter. Later, Rai stood silently within the Josua Hall. He gripped the divine decree, scanning every line, while his lips trembled in absolute shock. The Holy See has sanctioned Isaac's priesthood. They're demanding his presence at the grand coronation ceremony. Raylai's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Already, how is this power-up progression even possible? Did that hidden quest he cleared at the academy trigger this rapid awakening of his status? 𝐌𝐿 shook his head grimly. He possesses a king-tier solar, legendary trait no one dares challenge. Once he is ordained, he officially clears the academy's main quest and graduates with peak honors. He crushed the evaluation. Isaac achieved a flawless rank across all 1,600 knowledge categories. The patriarch boasted of Isaac's stats, leaving Jai flushed with excitement. Simply unheard of. Our goals are met. The boy has finally restored his basic speech and mobility traits to normal. But the patriarch's mood shifted instantly, casting a dark shadow over their brief, joyful celebration. Regrettably, his personality stats are degenerate. Now, only the final character alignment check remains. Unless he's a notorious criminal or a total psycho. Ray gasped, remembering the divine law. The system interface records the absolute truth, regardless of lies. Shall we initiate a trial run of the system, check ourselves? 𝐌-𝐂𝐂 eagerly pulled up Isaac's logs. Question 1. How do you view the family guild that raised you? Isaac's answer was chilling. I will conquer them all. Everything in this world belongs to me. Ray erupted into laughter. Incredible. That's the kind of high-tier ambition I expect from a monster. Then came the decisive query. What will you do once you awaken as a priest of the Empire? Isaac declared coldly. I'll devour the gods. He then detailed his dark path within the St. Helen Empire. I will annihilate this nation. Ray's composure shattered at Isaac's sheer. His face turned to stone, his voice trapped in his throat by the boy's monstrous killing intent. Only we've seen these hidden stats. If the Holy See finds this, he'll be executed for heresy. The Patriarch slammed his fist down with a thunderous boom. You take his place. Lock that degenerate away before his true nature destroys our entire guild. Isaac was locked away in total isolation. Moving like a seasoned assassin, Isaac reached the window. His shadowy summon grinned. Master, have you decided? Isaac smirked. Of course. Let's trigger this escape. Meanwhile, at the Roman Academy, rumors of a legendary awakening were spreading like wildfire. A 10-year-old ranking as a priest. Insane. This graduation ceremony is going to be legendary. But before the hype could build, a sneer of pure mockery cut through the air. A brat who can barely walk, becoming a priest. What a pathetic, laughable joke. That was the red-haired degenerate, Nia. His companion frowned. Nia, why are you trash-talking his stats? Think about it. That loser hasn't leveled up his physical stature in 10 whole years. The Skeleton King's curse locked his growth. How could a low-tier trash like him be ordained? It's probably just a pity Titula, fake rank given to a failed noble son. Suri remained silent, his inner monologue screaming at Nia to shut his pathetic mouth. Nia wouldn't stop. Being born into a Saintess bloodline is basically a cheat code. Even an unqualified degenerate gets a free pass. It's a disgrace to all haranking hunters. Rage surged within Suri. He stood abruptly, his manner flickering with the urge to strike that bastard. Suddenly, a white-haired student stepped in, chilling the room. Do you think the holy system is a joke? Nia, you accepted Duke Leon's nomination. Insulting Isaac means you're calling your own father a fool. Nia barked back, shut it. You're not even on the student roster. Who invited you here? The stranger smirked. I'm here by special request, as your new high-ranking instructor and combat mentor. Suri, your family's future looks grim. A cursed degenerate can never truly awaken as a priest. The Joshua Guild better pray they survive until you actually manage to become the Patriarch. If your clan hits rock bottom, crawl to me. I'll grant you a lowly spot in the papacy. Rage boiled in Suri's veins, his blood turning into pure fire at the insult. How dare they trample the Joshua pride? He clenched his fists, forcing his killing intent down. Keep your charity, he hissed. You'll need it more when your own world burns. Suri stormed out, the dormitory room shaking. Why me? He growled, clutching his head. Everything is falling apart because of that brat. His own family skipped his awakening ceremony. just because that little monster vanished into thin air. Useless bastard. I hope your hair rots off, like a skeleton king's cursed skull. Suddenly, a tiny hand emerged from the suitcase. Isaac crawled out, eyes glowing with a dark aura. Having heard every word, Isaac's expression twisted. What did you just say about my hair? Suri froze. Isaac's voice dropped to a deadly chill. You want to die early today, Suri? How did you get here? Suri stammered. Isaac replied coldly, I'm here for my awakening. The elders tried to cage me, so I simply broke out. Now, what was that about hair? Isaac pulled out his signature milk bottle, holding it like a legendary grade artifact. Suri trembled in terror. Speak up. I'm waiting. Isaac's voice was like ice cutting through the room's tension. Did you really let those papacy dogs offer you a pathetic low-tier position? Suri tried to explain, but Isaac didn't care. He launched the milk bottle with projectile force. A flurry of strikes followed. Only I have the right to look down on the Joshua clan. Joshua is my property. I am the only one allowed to push them toward total annihilation. Bruised and battered. Suri's mind raced. What kind of monster has awakened inside this kid? Isaac didn't elaborate. Remember this, Suri. I will be the one to burn the Joshua legacy down. Isaac stood up, his presence overwhelming. Stop whining like a degenerate. Stand up and lead the way. Where are we going? Suri asked. Isaac's eyes flashed with a sinister high-rank, killing intent. To hunt. I'm going to erase those fools who dared to look down on you. At Roman Academy, the atmosphere was electric as elite candidates gathered for the final ranking. A red-haired girl frowned. What's this? Who brought a literal toddler to this battlefield? Her companion gasped. Look at that hair trait. It's mesmerizing. Who is that child? Standing tall amidst the hunters was Isaac, looking like a wolf among terrified sheep. He smiled, but his eyes remained cold. Who was it? Who dared to insult my clan? The crowd went silent as Isaac scanned the room like a predator marking its next prey. His gaze locked onto the red-haired girl. Asterisk, that aura. I've seen it in the royal treasury before. Asterisk. Something smells fishy here. Isaac let out a low, menacing chuckle that sent shivers through the hall. Suri rushed in, face pale as a ghost. Wait, Isaac, don't do anything reckless yet. Asterisk, if the Inquisition wakes up, we're dead. Suri screamed internally, desperate to avoid a massive crisis. The girl was 𝐼𝐂𝐊𝐄𝐃, sister of a high-tier hunter. Suri lunged to stop him. But Isaac used a high-speed dash, leaving Suri eating the dust. Isaac hopped onto 𝐼𝐂𝐊𝐿's table, sitting with the casual arrogance of a demon king. He pointed his toy at her. Hey Red, you're the one who's been bullying my subordinate. 𝐼𝐂𝐊𝐿 blinked. I didn't do it. It was my brother. Isaac grinned. So you admit it? No, it wasn't me, 𝐼𝐂𝐊𝐿 protested. Are you deaf? I asked a question. Suddenly, the familiar whisper appeared, hissing a secret into Isaac's ear about the girl's hidden stats. Master, her energy, .. She carries the trait of one of the 5 great gods. 𝐼𝐂𝐊𝐿 pointed back, shouting, Then you must be the cursed child from the Joshua rumors. A cursed brat and a papacy failure? Looks like the church's talent pool is officially bone dry. The Joshua clan is finished. Soon, your name will be erased from the 5 Holy Lands forever. Isaac sneered internally. With that trashy attitude, you're definitely a brat from the 5 great clans. Suri hissed from behind, Isaac, stop messing with the enemy family and get back to our guild headquarters. Isaac spun around, eyes cold. Shut it. I'm not leaving until I get my official ranking. 𝐷𝐸𝐿 scoffed, you'll never be ranked. 𝐷𝐸𝐿 is already filing a report with the Holy See to have your promotion cancelled for good. A nameless degenerate dreaming of rank. Pathetic. Suri's blood boiled, but he could only curse the bastard under his breath. Damn it all. While 𝐷𝐸𝐿 stayed silent, 𝐷𝐸𝐿 continued to mock them with a smug grin. With your behavior, 𝐷𝐸𝐿 won't even need to act before your career is ruined. Suddenly, a guard whispered to 𝐷𝐸𝐿, My lady, should I call to Inquisitors in case this lowlife starts making a real scene? Suri froze in terror. 70% of the Inquisitors were loyal to their bitter rivals. He lunged forward to intervene. Isaac, let's go. Don't stay here, causing more trouble before it's too late. Suddenly, the heavy doors exploded as a massive, clawed beast stepped into the hallway. A wolf-type boss monster roared, its mana pressure crushing the air like a tidal wave. The students screamed in pure terror. Monster, dungeon break. Run for your lives. Chaos erupted as everyone scrambled to escape the carnage. Only Isaac stood his ground, grinning wildly. The guard shielded 𝐷𝐸𝐿, panicked. A monster here. Did it escape from the secret training floors? My lady, get back. A bone-chilling roar ripped through the air, turning the peaceful academy into a living nightmare. The ground shook under the immense weight, and the very space seemed to crack from the beast's killing intent. A howl filled with wild rage and agony vibrated through the room. With one swipe, the beast leveled the guard. It blurred toward 𝐷𝐸𝐿 so fast she couldn't even process the danger. Amidst the chaos, Isaac tightened his grip on the small toy in his hand. As 𝐷𝐸𝐿 faced death, Isaac hurled the toy, striking the monster and sending it into a pained screech. Unleashing the skeleton demon king's aura, he muttered. Took you long enough to crawl out. But the beast was dazed, failing to realize its terrifying master was the one standing right before it. It tensed up, eyes locking on them. 𝐷𝐸𝐿 desperately ignited her fire mana. Stay back, you filthy monster. Isaac decided to end the act. He let out a cold huff and commanded, Scram! Recognizing its master, at last. The beast trembled in absolute fear before bolting away at top speed. Everyone gasped in confusion. Even his hidden summon laughed. Master truly is on another level. Hey, gotta use every resource, Isaac shrugged. Moments later, Holy See guards burst in, shouting, Where is the beast? Stay clear of the danger. They immediately began tracking the monster's mana trail. It fled toward the lower levels. Call the hunter squads. Isaac just casually cleaned his ear, acting completely innocent. A guard rushed to check on 𝐷𝐸𝐿. My lady, that's an Inquisitor. Knowing they were in deep, Suri tried to slip away with a nervous laugh. Well, we'll be going now. A cold hand clamped onto Suri's shoulder. Nobody leaves until this investigation is officially logged. Well, we're doomed, Suri muttered, scratching his head. We're just innocent bystanders. We didn't do anything. Suddenly, 𝐷𝐸𝐿 spoke up, drawing every gaze in the room. Stop this useless interrogation. She pointed directly at Isaac. That kid, he's the one who saved me. Both Isaac and Suri were stunned. Was this a trap? 𝐷𝐸𝐿 stepped closer, staring Isaac down. You're Isaac, aren't you? I'm sorry for what I said, but don't think I'm especially grateful or anything, understand? Isaac's face twisted in pure confusion. He honestly wondered if the girl had lost her mind during the attack. Around them, the atmosphere shifted. Having seen Isaac's hidden strength, The witnesses began to whisper in awe. Is he the one with the recommendation? The kid who just saved everyone? The crowd's jaws dropped. He looks like a total newbie, but he's actually broken. That kid is an absolute monster. In the back, Princess Scarlet of the Helen Empire watched him intently. Is this the genius my brother mentioned? Meanwhile, at the Rasua mansion, a heated discussion was happening inside the Duke's private office. Why do you keep refusing? Cardinal Lamb, your nephew's official ranking would be a massive honor for our bloodline. Eli roared for silence, cutting the line before another word could be spoken. Let the boy attend the ceremony. The voice on the receiver persisted, warning that the Holy Father's divine wrath would surely follow. Eli dismissed the threat with a shrug. Irrelevant? My nephew stays under my roof until he comes of age. Caging a child, like a beast, will only lead to a disastrous awakening. The voice on the other end. They added, rumors are spreading. A silver-haired child was spotted lurking around the academy grounds. Eli's expression shifted to pure fury. Only one name flashed through his mind. Isaac. He summoned Rai instantly. The boy stumbled in, looking completely clueless about the storm brewing in the room. Before a word escaped Rai's lips, Eli barked a command. We reach the imperial capital by tomorrow. Rai froze in shock. Even with the fastest mounts, that journey would take at least 1 full week. Eli checked his watch coldly. We have 23 hours and 48 minutes. We ride without stopping. The next morning, heavy pounding echoed against the door. Isaac, open up. What are you doing in there? Are you seriously trying to fit that tiny frame into those oversized high-ranking priest vestments? Hurry out before the whole guild starts laughing. Is it done yet? Suddenly, the door creaked open. Suri shielded his eyes in embarrassment, muttering, just give up and go home. I'm literally begging you. But his voice died in his throat. Suri's eyes bulged, his pupils constricting as pure shock paralyzed his face. He began to tremble violently, his mind failing to process the impossible transformation standing before him. The final night of the national festival arrived, setting the stage for the grand ordination banquet. The massive hall buzzed with the excited chatter of hopeful candidates, their laughter filling the space. A sharp voice suddenly cut through the noise. All rise. The heads of the great houses approach. Every gaze turned toward the entrance as the clan leaders marched in, their overwhelming aura crushing the room. Go stood among the elite, clapping enthusiastically while a dark ambition burned within his heart. The future head of the 5 houses, the successor of that title, belongs to me alone. Suddenly, Rai burst through the crowd, gasping for air as if he'd run across the entire continent. Did we make it? Rai wheezed. Go spun around, his eyes narrowing in utter confusion at the sight. Before Go could demand answers, Rai grabbed his shoulder. Quick! Have you seen where Isaac went? Go shrugged, dismissively. He's at the estate, obviously. Wait, did you seriously run all the way here? Rai looked like a ghost, his skin pale as paper, while sweat drenched his entire body. More or less, Rai panted. Is Suri here? Isaac has to be with that brat somewhere. I haven't seen either of them, Go replied. Just then, a booming announcement shook the entire hall. Behold, the High Pope. An old man with snow-white hair entered, the legendary Julio Baris himself. The entire crowd dropped into deep bows. thunderous chant of reverence. May the gods bless the realm. The Pope took his central throne, his voice resonating. You may be seated. Nearby, Eli sat on edge, his anxiety boiling like a volcano as he scanned the room for Isaac. "Where is that boy?" he hissed. The announcer stepped forward. The sacred ordination ritual. Eli smirked, finally relaxing. Good, he's not here. Then, the first name echoed. Isaac Joshua. Isaac, step forward. The call was met with dead silence, even after the third repeated summons. Eli scowled. Why waste time calling a ghost? They should have scrubbed his name from the registry. He's absent. Move on, Eli muttered. But as he sipped his wine, he spat it out in shock. I am here, a voice rang out. 𝐷's teeth ground together in fury. That shameless degenerate? He dared. 𝐅's jaw hit the floor. Isaac stepped into the light, his presence utterly transformed. The weak, clumsy boy from before was gone. Overnight, he had grown tall, his aura radiating a level of power and beauty that captivated everyone. Eli's heart filled with venom, but he was powerless. The priest gestured forward. Isaac. 𝐅 shot up from his seat, his eyes locked onto Isaac as his heart raced with overwhelming pride. Tears blurred. 𝐅's vision. You're actually wearing the sacred vestments I crafted for you. You finally awakened. Whispers rippled through the hall like a tide. I heard he was just a newborn infant. Did he break the Skeleton King's curse? Has House Joshua birthed a monster? Damn, he's handsome. The knee siblings stood slack-jawed. How did he grow so fast? Isaac ignored the buzzing crowd. This evolution was simply a matter of course. Everyone was shocked. A mere infant had reached adulthood in a single night. 𝐌𝐿 gripped her chair, trembling. That damn Skeleton King. What did you do to Isaac? This growth isn't natural. Is he possessed? The panicked murmurs wouldn't stop. The Joshua curse is broken. He showed no traces of degeneration. The dark aura. Isaac approached the Pope, refusing to bow. He stood tall, analyzing the man-like prey. Is this the Pope? He looked ancient, yet radiated the aura of a savage beast. I sensed the shadows of every pope I've ever slain within him. A lethal thought sparked. Should I just take his head right here? The Joshua patriarch turned pale, remembering Isaac's chilling response about his priestly goals. Isaac had declared, Kneel, so I can decapitate you with ease. To protect his house, the patriarch smashed the floor. He roared dramatically, my hand slipped, creating a chaotic distraction for the crowd. He stayed in character, flipping a table and screaming at a non-existent cockroach. 𝐷, covered in food, trembled. Are they insane? It was just one bug. The patriarch huffed. It was as big as your head. The terrified host called for Suri Joshua. Isaac fumed, sensing they were stalling him. He glared at the Pope with a gaze that promised a bloody end. The Pope just smiled. Next, the candidates shall show their devotion to the gods. The crowd surged. The awakening. Which god will grant their blessing? A priest brought out the holy water. The atmosphere turned heavy with anticipation. The Joshua had recognized the aura. The blue guardian is descending for sure. Rai prayed fervently. Please, no tattered gods. Don't let him be a degenerate. If a demon shows, I'll execute him. Those words struck Rai like thunder. The holy water, ... What will you reveal? Suri stepped up, pricking his finger to drop blood into the sacred vessel. The water boiled, erupting into a brilliant jade mist. 𝐷 in triumph. A top-tier blessing. Suri stepped down, his divine rank officially confirmed. Isaac stepped forward. So the Joshua family serves that stingy god of light. He found it repulsive. Without hesitation, Isaac added his blood to the system. The Pope's face drained of color. Pure horror filled his eyes at the sight. Dark mana erupted from the bowl, cracking the stone under its abyssal pressure. The black aura suffocated the room. Everyone trembled, a survival instinct screamed. The truth man. The bald skeleton demon king emerged from the shadows. The moment the demon appeared, the Joshua patriarch launched himself forward. Like a coiled spring, he charged toward Isaac with murderous intent. Eyes bloodshot. He stared at the demon king. Isaac stood frozen, his mind reeling from the sudden system overload. Joshua unleashed his hidden stats. Roaring, die. As he punched the phantom's face. Boom. The air shattered. The skeleton king remained unfazed, hoisting Isaac up like a prize. I've waited for this brat. Ajax Frost 5 seconds of pure confusion. What? The skeleton king ignored him, his voice booming like a nationwide broadcast. First, he dies. Then, I'll erase this holy kingdom from the map. Isaac stared. Right there stood a perfect... The audacity. Even Whisper was fuming, screaming like the world was ending. This fake is trash. My master would never look that pathetic. Below, the bishop gathered divine energy, firing a blinding beam of judgment. A deafening blast shook the earth. People scattered like panicked insects. I shouted for everyone to retreat, but the chaos was only beginning. Joshua, the family head, stepped forward. He summoned a pulsating orb, ready to tear that skeleton to pieces. Energy peaked. Joshua thrust his hand, unleashing a colossal serpent of light. The impact was devastating, a collision of pure, unbridled power. Smoke cleared. The demon king stood calm, mocking Joshua's sealed, weakened power. Cursed family head. You're under a seal, no, your place and shut up. Joshua's eyes narrowed. I was holding back. But you talk too much. A surge of killing intent exploded, knocking the weak unconscious instantly. High above, the massive phantom of a celestial whale, even the skeleton king felt the pressure, grabbing Isaac as a shield. You want to watch this boy die? He hissed, tightening his grip. Isaac turned pale. Facing that monster, he wanted to scream at Joshua. Are you insane? You're using ultimate owl. While I'm a hostage. The phantom whale opened its maw, ready to swallow the entire battlefield. Isaac panicked. Why was its mouth so big? This was a nightmare. Joshua just grinned. A true saint won't die from a scratch like this. You're crazy, Isaac yelled. But his voice was drowned by the roar. Boom, the building groaned under the blast. Dust and chaos reigned supreme. In a flash of distorted light, the Demon King vanished into thin air. The smoke cleared, revealing ruins. Is it over? Is he finally dead? The Skeleton King. Could he really have returned after 70 long years? Isaac fumed. It was a fake. Joshua rushed to his side, frantic. Isaac, are you okay? The crowd whispered. Is he really the saint? He took that hit and lived. The Lord used a whale on him. Isaac lay there, exhausted, like a student after a brutal final exam. He's not dead, Isaac muttered. That was just a mana projection. Whisper hissed in his ear. Someone copied your darkness, Master. It's insulting. Isaac's mind raced. This wasn't just a copy, it used his own mana. So you noticed, too. That imposter was tapping into my own energy. A terrifying thought emerged. Is my original mana core out there somewhere? The Saintess looted my remains, ... It's possible. Isaac's lips curled into a smirk. Good. If he has my core, I'll hunt him down and take it back. Joshua sighed in relief, seeing Isaac safe. He remembered the Pope's gaze. He knew the Pope intended to kill both the demon and Isaac together. Joshua had to strike first to disrupt the Pope's lethal hidden agenda. Now, the Pope acted kind. Isaac scoffed. What a hypocrite. What's your game? We cut to the Pope, while mechanically healing a young boy. His mind is reeling from the shock of the revelation he just witnessed. He stood there, completely paralyzed by the weight of the truth. His hollow eyes were fixed on the blinding holy light. This was impossible. The Golden Temple had hunted the primordial god for millennia, a power that makes even the 5 great gods look like flickering candles. So why would that divine essence choose a degenerate from the Rasua family? His teeth gnashed in silent fury as he glared at Isaac's party, his gaze dripping with pure killing intent. Unaware of the old man's malice. Lord Rasua. Isaac, let's head back. He chuckled, looking like a mafia boss, trying to act sweet. My grandson has finally awakened, shattering even the Skeleton King's curse. I'll even buy you some candy on the way. A chill ran down Isaac's spine. Why does his smile look so terrifying? There is no way I'm following him. He looks exactly like a creep promising fried chicken while driving you straight to the emergency room. Suddenly, Kina's voice cut through the air. My lord, it seems our departure will have to wait. Crack, the floor shattered as a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the sanctuary. Grotesque abominations surged from the fissures. Twisted bodies and jagged fangs straight out of a hunter's worst nightmare. They crawled from a dark void beneath the temple, screeching like demons designed to stop a man's heart. Isaac stood up, casually dusting off his sleeves with a weary sigh. Give me a break. He looked at the group and smirked. Well, I guess we aren't going home just yet. Massive energy began swirling in Isaac's palm as his hidden stats surged. The hunt was on, and he was ready to annihilate the horde.